Our special council meeting, and I'd like to advise everybody that we are video streaming live to the community. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching tonight. For the purposes of recording, elected members should wait for me to announce them before speaking, and I'd like to ask that mobile devices be turned off or turned to silent. I see that we have everyone here and there are no leave of absences. I would like to start by acknowledgement of country. On behalf of the Council and in recognition of the deep history and culture of this place, I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land upon which the city of Hobart was built. I acknowledge the determination and resilience of the Palawa people of Tasmania, who have survived invasion and dispossession and continue to maintain their identity, culture and rights. I recognise the value of continuing Aboriginal knowledge and cultural practice and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Item 1 is indications of pecuniary or conflicts of interest. Do any elected members wish to indicate an interest on the item appearing on the Open Council agenda tonight? There being none, I will, before we commence the item, I would just like to explain the process of the meeting for people watching at home and for clarity here in the chamber. To start with, we have a total of 15 deputations to be heard. The list of these has been distributed to elected members and the last one will be the applicant. We have allowed 5 minutes for each group to speak and an additional 5 minutes to ask questions. We will allow additional time for the applicant as clarification may be required after hearing all the deputations. We are conscious of the time that this will take. The staff will move the groups through the chamber efficiently and we will likely take a short break at the conclusion of deputations. I will ask the Deputy Lord Mayor in a moment to move a motion to suspend standing orders so that we can hear the deputations and ask questions. We'll deal with all of the deputations and then I will ask that we resume standing orders before a motion is moved to open the item for debate. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I would move that we suspend standing orders to hear the deputations.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Briscoe. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. So with that, I'd like to invite our first representative group, which is the residents opposed to the Cable Car Incorporated, and I think it is Vicar Bailey, Mr Vicar Bailey, Mr Ted Cutland and Jane Wood, and they'll be arriving soon. Thank you, Mr Bailey. I've introduced you and I think you heard that you've got 5 minutes and then 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Ted, Jen and I represent the residents opposed to the cable car, established in the 1990s to protect Kununyi Mount Wellington from Skyway. The Wellington Park Management Trust's historical notes identify 1905 as the year of, and I quote, the first application for an aerial tramway from Cascades to the summit. In the following 100 years, at least 7 applications for a similar cable car concept would be made, all strongly protested by citizens of Hobart. The next year, the mountain was declared a public park and vested in the Hobart City Council, predating any of Tasmania's iconic national parks. This is the 8th cable car proposal, again strongly protested by citizens, evidenced by the 72% of representations objecting and calling on you as councillors to refuse a permit. This is not really a transport solution. It's a land grab for exclusive access to undeveloped real estate through the privatisation of publicly owned and long reserved land. This for thousands of square metres of private commercial floor space with Hobart's most iconic view. It brings mass tourism to the mountain and as you have been advised, it will, quote, diminish the park's tourism, recreational, cultural and landscape values as a result of its scale, mechanisation and emissions. This concept has haunted us for over a century, at a cost to the community and its cohesion, and at the expense of truly sustainable ideas to manage public visitation. It has to end. You have 21 solid reasons why it must end, and you can and should end it tonight. We too acknowledge the Palawa people. We recognise the long connection that Aboriginal people have with Kununyi and the truth that their sovereignty was never ceded. The Wellington Park Management Plan also acknowledges the 40,000 years of Aboriginal history, cultural landscape value and spiritual significance of Kununyi, particularly the eastern face, the very area targeted by this development. What saddens us as non-Aboriginal people is that Aboriginal heritage is not one of the 21 grounds for refusal. The Planner's report finds that the DA's heritage report is, quote, not compliant with Aboriginal Heritage Tasmania's guidelines. Government's own guidelines appear optional to the developer, unenforceable by the assessor and utterly useless against a recalcitrant proponent. What the DA's heritage assessment didn't find was evidence of Aboriginal occupation under the exact footprint of the development. No stone tool, no bone, no cave, no carving. No material evidence of Aboriginal existence at the physical location of the footings. And that is all it was required to do. Hence, your planner's report states, and I quote, "It is important to note that this assessment is primarily one of fact, not merit." Despite the management plan recognising cultural landscape and spiritual significance, only evidence of occupation under the exact development footprint can be grounds of refusal. For over 200 years, we've been using a lack of evidence of Aboriginal occupation as grounds to appropriate land. It has been called terra nullius. Today it's called the Aboriginal Heritage Act, and terra nullius, a lack of evidence of occupation, is presented to you tonight as a pathway to annex land for private commercial use. We've heard a loud, proud and consistent rejection of this proposal by Aboriginal people, and we stand with them in solidarity. We thank the Council's staff and expert consultants for a mammoth data capture and analysis effort. Sadly, we've seen a deliberate campaign from cable car supporters to question their professional integrity in an attempt to discredit the report, its 21 recommendations and the decision you make, assuming you accept those recommendations. It's one thing to attack you as elected members, it's another thing entirely to attack your professional staff with allegations of corruption, bias and obstruction, and we condemn this behaviour. I'll take it as read that you've considered our representation and will not revisit it in detail. The 21 grounds for refusal are comprehensive and rightly condemn this proposal. The DA is shallow, erroneous and deliberately misleading. It tries to claim the EPA signed off on noise limits, but the EPA has refuted this. 5 times it attributes the 2016 economic assessment to Sol Eslake. He had to publicly correct the record. The noise consultant couldn't assess traffic impacts at the base station because, to quote from his report, hours of operation were not forthcoming from the client. Since day one, this application has traded on arrogance and entitlement, but it has underwhelmed every step of the way. Conversely, the case against is compelling. This project is toxic and non-compliant. Approval would prolong conflict in your community and threaten the very values that Wellington Park was established to protect. For what? For almost a decade, Hobartians have endured grandiose claims of the benefits that would come with a cable car. But let me leave you with a simple conclusion from the expert who analysed these claims. Based on the evidence provided, it has not been demonstrated that the cable car project will result in significant long-term social or economic community benefits. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for the residents opposed for the cable car from any of the elected members? There being none. Oh, I think Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just a question with regards to the values of the Wellington Park values that you referred to. How would you link the values there with regards to the Aboriginal heritage?
Well, it's very difficult to distinguish Aboriginal heritage and natural values in many cases. You know, they are one and the same, and they have coexisted for 40,000 plus years. I guess I just make the point that landscape values from a non-Aboriginal perspective, and indeed some cultural values, are identified in this report as being issues against which this development is non-compliant, yet it's not Aboriginal heritage on which it is non-compliant. And I think in the 21st century, that's an indictment on our system. That's not a statement. The fact that this development hasn't been refused on Aboriginal heritage grounds clearly doesn't demonstrate that this won't have an impact on Aboriginal heritage values. The Aboriginal community has been absolutely abundantly clear about that for the last decade, that it will impact on their landscape and spiritual values. So it's not an indication that the development complies, it's an indication that the laws are so fundamentally inadequate that this project can't be refused on that basis. And as a non-Aboriginal Tasmanian person, I'm ashamed that that's the case.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I have two questions, Lord Mayor. Mr Bailey, you mentioned the word corruption. Can you elaborate who is corrupt and where the corruption is coming from?
I'm certainly not alleging any corruption whatsoever, Councillor. I'm just making the note that whether it be a petition to Parliament, whether it be a Facebook campaign, allegations of poor behaviour, bias, obstruction, etc. have been levelled not only at many of you as councillors, but at your staff and at the consultants that you employed. And, you know, as I say, it's one thing to level that at you as councillors, perhaps you expect it, perhaps you take on that with the job, that's why you get paid the big bucks, but it's another thing again, it's another thing again to level it at your staff, and I think you know, it's clearly a campaign to try to discredit this entire process.
Well, I thought I heard the word corruption, so I must have not heard the word corruption. We'll just check the record later on to see if that word was used. The other question I have is, you mentioned that there was no hours of operation. Are you aware of page 44 of attachment M? The hours of operation are in there.
Look, I think I'm absolutely aware of that. I think the proponent's been really clear about the hours of public operation of this development in terms of when guests can ride on the cable car up and down. I think what the noise consultant was referring to in his statement, that the operating hours were not forthcoming from the client, that's in the acoustics report that you will read. I think what he's referring to there is the fact that the proponent wouldn't provide details of the entire operating hours. So that means the servicing vehicles, you know, the food, the trucks that are backing in to deliver food to the restaurant, etc., etc. That will go long into the night, well beyond those public operating hours. And it's a statement of fact, it's written in the acoustics report that the consultant found that those operating hours, quote, were not forthcoming from the client being the Mount Wellington Cableway Company, the proponent.
We've only got time for one more question. I think Deputy Lord Mayor put her hand up first.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a short question, because you've covered most of it, but the real impacts and the tangible impacts on residents who you're representing?
Oh, well, look, I think the impacts on residents go, well, they're current and they're ongoing, and residents are being impacted by this development today, and they have done for the last decade, in terms of the amount of time, effort and energy they put into defending what is a public mountain. Clearly the planner's report identifies a number of different issues that pertain explicitly to residents, whether it be the noise issues associated with residents in McRobies Road, whether it be traffic issues and the safety issues around that roundabout. And as we highlighted in our report, and I'm sure you will hear tonight, there is one cohort of residents, those in Old Farm Road in particular, who have absolutely no protection whatsoever from the noise that is associated with this development, because they fall through the cracks. They're not covered by the management plan, and they're not covered by the planning scheme.
We've reached the end of the time allocation. Thank you, Mr Bailey, Mr Cutler and Ms Woodward for your deputation. Thanks, councillors. Good luck with your deliberations. I'd now like to call on the second deputation, which is the Hobart Cablecast supporters. We have Mr Donaghy by Zoom, Mr Rees, Mr Goldsmith, Mr Otto and Ms Lawless. Mr Donaghy, we're just waiting for the other members of the deputation to come into the room. You have, when they arrive, you'll have 5 minutes. I'll give you a warning bell at 30 seconds left. of your time, and then there is 5 minutes allocated for any questions that elected members may want to ask of you. Okay, so the other members of your deputation are here in the room, so I'll hand over to Mr Donaghy.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this council meeting. I would first like to ask a question, and that is this meeting valid? We have 2 councillors in attendance for the Greens political party. This despite the Greens political party lodging a formal representation on behalf of the party and its members requesting council refuse the MWCCDA. These councillors each received over $1,500 worth of electoral support from the Greens for election to this council. Presumably they'll be seeking similar value support from the Greens for re-election. Surely this represents a pecuniary conflict of interest in considering the MWCCDA, given the Greens party has now formally entered the process and requesting its own councils reject that DA. This was not passed any pub test for what is a reasonable person will consider to be a conflict of interest. How then can this meeting be valid, given this conflict of interest has not been declared?
Is this relevant to a deputation, or should we be hearing about what they think about the cable car rather than this diatribe?
I think the deputation is allowed any information so long as it doesn't sort of become rude or defamatory. I will allow people to say what their views are at this point. So.
Lord Mayor, I just wonder if Mr Donaghy would like an answer, given his...
I don't think so at this stage. I think
so.
We'll stick with the 5 minutes. There might be an opportunity at a later stage. So, Mr Donaghy, if you'd like to continue.
Setting this issue aside from now, the council has heard and will heard many things tonight. Many of these things will be patently and demonstrably false. My claims are the DA has no social licence when every poll clearly shows the majority of Tasmanians support it. The very definition of social licence. You'll be asked to offer judgment on many issues, real or imagined, outside the brief of the statutory planning authority. Many will be blatantly self-contradictory. Imagine issues such as labelling it a white elephant suffering a lack of financial viability, while at the same time calling it a mass tourism venture leading to over-visitation in suburban streets. Which is it then? Both can't be right. The truth will be neither is right. There will be many such examples told to you. We hope these do not distract you from your task of considering the proposal purely on its merits. And those merits are many. Hobart City Council's own estimate is that mountain visitation will continue to increase, surpassing 700,000 visitors per annum by 2029. We are almost there now. In 2019-20, according to the Wellington Park Trust annual report, 633,000 visitors went up the mountain, all by the bottleneck of Pinnacle Road. And the mountain cannot handle this existing visitation. You say so yourselves. We all know the problems well: traffic jams, parking chaos, dangerous driving conditions. And we haven't had a viable solution to deal with it that maintains full unhindered access to the mountain for everyone. Until now. Before you today, you have a fully realised solution to this problem. A solution that will be privately funded. A solution that will be scalable so as to handle future visitation with minimal additional impact. Cable cars globally are the preferred method of efficiently and effectively controlling people movement in sensitive and alpine environments. They have the least footprint on the ground. They have the least visual impact. They have the least audio impact. They have the least emitting mode of transport, especially when run on renewable energy. Surely this means something to you who have declared the climate emergency. Studies have demonstrated these points time and again globally. Yes, some issues have been identified by external consultants hired by the Hobart City Council. But all of these supposed issues could be equally viewed as opportunities for improvement. Many of them have been viewed in the past by the Hobart City Council when considering other developments in the exact same area. Why not now? For example, the Hobart tip was extended and is still being extended into exactly the same environmental area as the Mount Wellington Cable Car proposed base station and access road. This tip expansion DA passed through Council have identified nearly all of the same issues that has been identified here, and a whole heap of other issues around landfill operations. Only at the time they were identified with recommendations for mitigation, not seen as a merely excuse just to say no. The mountain summit is hardly pristine wilderness. Have you actually looked at it lately? It has Tasmania's tallest structure, visible 70 kilometres away. It has another tower. It has industrial sheds. It has a long-suffering toilet block pumped by a truck. It has the toolbox. It has literally thousands of square metres of asphalt car parks. usually full of cars to the point of bursting and significant overflow. None of it, pillbox aside, with a spirit of architectural design or even basic design to complement its setting. Yet we accept all that, like the current tower that even cable car opponents put on their t-shirts. And this council has previously accepted all that. Issues such as stormwater drainage, geoheritage values, alpine environments, geotechnical hazards have all been dealt with previously, or shown to not be an issue at all.
That's time, Mr. Donaghy.
I just have one
Just
more
finish up.
statement, Lord Mayor.
Sure.
And now we can't even notice these things because sometimes such issues are not seen as hurdles for matters to be dealt with. You have before you today the opportunity to see beyond the negativity and see the matters that can be dealt with, from minor issues to major problems such as mountain access for hundreds of thousands of people of all abilities. With the right mindset, we will have an iconic development that in years to come people will take for granted as having always been something that didn't need to be seen. That's negativity. That will be an effective part of the Hobart landscape and indeed a significant part of the brand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's time. Great. So now, Mr. Donaghy, either yourself or your other members of your deputation group can take questions from the council. And I think I've seen a hand up from Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thanks, Lord Mayor. I was just wondering, could Mr. Donaghy advise whether or not the Liberal Party support the cable car?
Has the Liberal Party made a deputation to council? Have they made a submission?
Has the Liberal Party supported the cable car?
No, has the Liberal Party made a formal submission?
Has the Liberal
Party they have formally answered.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. The question's been answered. Yeah.
Question from Councillor Sherlock. Sure,
thank you very much for your deputation, really appreciate that. I was just wondering, with reference to the comment that you made about the waste management, were you talking about the approvals associated with the McRobies Valley Waste Management Centre expansion? Is that what you were talking about?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, great. Because I just was not sure if you were aware that that was actually assessed through a level 2 pathway, and this has been assessed on a completely different level pathway. So it's almost like comparing apples with almonds. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that, that's all.
I am aware of that, but the issues identified are still the same issues. There were issues of habitat, issues of conservation value of trees, and there were mitigation plans put in place to address all of that. So why can't we have mitigation plans put in place to address the issues here?
Yeah, no, but you specifically said that they were assessed under the same way. I just wanted to make sure, and just to clarify for you, that that was actually assessed under a level 2 pathway, and this has been assessed under a completely... Sorry, can I just finish? Is that okay? Sorry, Mr. Donaghy, can I finish?
No.
Sorry?
No,
Sorry, can I finish?
They were addressed in the same way. I did not say that they were addressed in the same way.
Oh.
The council has clearly addressed these issues before in other areas.
Let's
Thank
just go
you.
on to a question.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was just wondering that. Thank you for clarifying that it was a level 2. Thanks.
Okay, further questions for Mr. Donaghy or the rest of the deputation group? Alderman Harvey?
There was
Councillor Harvey, sorry.
through you, Lord Mayor, there was a suggestion that there's majority of support for a cable car in all the polls. I'm just looking at the results here from the EMRS, where strongly support, somewhat support, you know, that's 30, 50, 60% or something like that. But then when asked, have you actually seen the plans, 50, 60, over 70% said they hadn't actually seen any plans for a cable car. So it's a bit disingenuous to say that there's
Councillor Harvey, we need to ask a question.
Yeah.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
It's all right. Alderman Zuko, I've already
So
done
the
it.
question is, do you stand by your comment?
Radio stations, newspapers have all conducted various polling recently where people have seen the plans have been publicly available for 2 years. Support levels are sometimes up to 90%. So I do stand by it.
I have a question.
Any further questions? Alderman Zuko.
Yes, look, Mr. Donaghy, I'll ask you this question. Would you support a statewide poll on the cable car?
Definitely. Thank you. 100%.
2 more minutes. Would anyone else like to ask a question of Mr. Donaghy or the other members who are here?
Yes, I shall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Deputy
Thank you,
Lord Mayor.
Mr. Donaghy, for your deputation and your people with the deputation. You talked a bit about the waste transfer station, and I'm just curious to know whether the information around the waste transfer from the Pinnacle site and proposal is likely to be addressed. I can't specifically see anything that really comes to my or carries on my concerns or addresses some of my concerns in relation to that. So I'm just curious to know where in the report we have before us the waste information from the Pinnacle is clear.
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, well, yes, it was a question. What is the waste transfer from the Pinnacle, and where is it? Where can I see it in the report, please?
My understanding from the proponents' plans that they will be using the cable car itself for waste transfer from the Pinnacle Centre down to the base station, and then disposing of it as any other normal business in the Greater Hobart area will dispose of it.
Okay, we've only got 10 seconds left, so I don't know whether we really have time for any more questions. So I'd like to thank you, Mr Donaghy, for your deputation. Thank you for coming tonight and your submission. Also thanks to Mr Rees, Mr Goldsmith, Mr Otto and Ms Lawless, who've supported you here in the chamber tonight. Thank you all for coming.
And councillors.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd now like to call on the third deputation, which is from a group called the Old Farm Road Group. It's Mr Rawlings is coming in via Zoom, Ms Phillips and Mr Stigant. Hello, Mr Rawlings.
Audio.
The rest of your deputation group are just coming into the chamber. Once they're here, I'll ask you to start, and you'll have 5 minutes to provide a deputation to the council members. I'll ring a bell at 30 seconds, just so you've got time to make any final important points and wrap up. And then there's 5 minutes allocated to any questions that elected members might have of you or the deputation members of your group here tonight. So there.
I wonder if you could ask Mr. Rawlings. Oh, he's done it.
Okay. So with that, I'll invite Mr. Rawlings to please address the group. Thank you.
Is it time yet to start? Or
Start. Time
I
to.
can't actually see if they're in there or not.
They're here, and it's time that you can start now, Mr. Rawlings.
Okay. Good evening, Lord Mayor, Aldermen and Councillors. I'm presenting tonight on behalf of 10 households on Old Farm Road and Golden Valley Road, where the closest community to the proposed base station for the cableway. Tonight we'll touch on two issues with the DA that particularly concern us: noise and sewerage. How do I get the PowerPoint to go? Sorry, they didn't tell me how to do this. I've got my PowerPoint, but
Can someone change the slide, please? Thank you. It's been changed. Second slide.
I'll have to say next then. Sorry about that. Okay, so two issues that will particularly concern us: noise and sewerage. First, noise. The DA must meet the performance criteria you see on screen. That is, it must not cause any loss of acoustic amenity in Wellington Park. The planner's report found that the proposal clearly breached this requirement and recommended refusal of the DA on these grounds. Tonight we would like to endorse this finding by making 2 points of our own. Firstly, we want to make clear that the proponent's own acoustic assessment was hopelessly flawed and in fact extremely misleading. The proponent cannot be trusted. Let's look at 4 of their false claims. Next please. First, in their community benefits analysis, they state the anticipated noise is within acceptable limits and this has been accepted by the Environment Protection Authority Tasmania. Next, please. But the director of the EPA, when asked to confirm this, denied the claim in writing. Reading only the bold, he says this decision should not be interpreted as a statement regarding acceptability of noise or otherwise. Next, please. So the EPA did not agree that the anticipated noise was acceptable, and this statement is false.
Next, please. Second, in their own planning assessment, proponents' sole justification for meeting noise requirements was that the noise from the cable car would be similar to the existing average maximum noise in Wellington Park of 62.6 decibels. Next, please. According to their acoustic report, this figure is an average of 22 noise measurements. Next, please. The problem is that only 7 were actually taken from within Wellington Park. Next, please. So this statement is false. Third, next, please. The proponent's acoustic report states that the background noise level at the nearest residence is 22.6 decibels. Next. They then apply a penalty next of 5 decibels for a low frequency component, giving a final level of 27 decibels. Next. And justify this next by reference to the Tasmanian Noise Measurements Manual. Next. The cited data was recorded from measurement location 1 at 8:37 p.m. The first problem next is that location 1 is not actually in the residential zone. Next. Location 2 is within the residential zone and is closer to all residences. Next, the second problem is that according to the Tasmanian Noise Measurements Manual, the measurement was not actually taken at night time. Next, in fact, there are 3 legitimate nighttime measurements taken from within the residential zone. All 3, next, are less than 23.6 decibels, next, and none trigger a low frequency penalty, next. So this statement is false. Finally, next, their acoustic report states that the maximum noise from the cable car of the nearest residence would be 20 decibels. Next. However, they only consider the noise coming from the base station and completely fail to consider the noise from Tower 1. Next. Next. Using their own formulas, the noise at the nearest residence from Tower 1 would be about 40 decibels, or 4 times as loud as what they claim. Next. So this statement is false. These errors are all made in regard to very significant claims. Our message to Council is follow us and do not trust a word the proponent tells you. Next. The second point we'd like to make about the noise is that the DA fails on this issue even more spectacularly than the planner's report indicates. In noise intrusiveness, one must consider factors in addition to just loudness. This is recognised in the EPA's noise nuisance checklist. Next. Both the proponent and the planner consider loudness the first factor on the list. The planner correctly judges the cableway to be unacceptably loud, next, and recommends rejection on this basis.
That's time,
next.
Mr. Rawlings.
And we've shown, next please.
That's
and
time.
We've shown that the noise from the cableway will be at least 5 decibels louder than the background noise for up to 1.3 kilometres from Tower 1 in all directions. Next, but we also
I'm sorry, Mr. Rawlings, that's
5 factors in the EPA checklist.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rawlings, but that's time. There might be some questions that can be asked to in the next 5 minutes.
Did that 5 minutes include the PowerPoint not working, and also I believe that Mr. Dennehy had an extra 45 seconds?
Okay, well, if you want to just wrap it up in 20 seconds, if then...
What happened to the PowerPoint?
Could the PowerPoint be put up, please?
Okay, next, please. Next. I won't go through all those, but this does not even come close to satisfying the criteria. The planning authority or the EPA could not include that. We wanted to say a few words about sewage. Next, please. They have to satisfy on their pinnacle development 7.7, which means they can't. They must avoid unacceptable risk to health and environment and unacceptable odour nuisance. They're going to put their raw sewage in the cable cars, dump it at the base station, which is uphill and upwind of our residences and our water supply. Next, the consultant engineer, next, concluded that it did not comply with 7.7. Next. The planner, however, was very generous to the proponent and chose not to classify nuisance occurring at the base station as relevant to how well the Pinnacle development deals with its excrement.
Okay,
We
Mr. Rawlings, I'm
disagree.
sorry, I have to stop you there, I'm afraid.
Last slide.
Okay, last slide, and then we'll
Planner
have to
did recommend that
factor that in.
compliance should be subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, because there was a little bit more time in the presentation, we'll just have 3 minutes for any questions that anyone would like to ask. Would anyone like to ask a question of Mr. Rawlings or the deputation group?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. If I may, I'll address it to you. I'm just curious to know what sort of impact this particular proposal, and there have been other cable car proposals, has had on the members of Old Farm Road. You know, is it the prospect of what might occur, or you know, is it these specific things that Mr. Rawlings has been talking about?
I can speak to that.
Just come to the microphone, please.
Yes, I would say on behalf of, well, I own the very top house on Old Farm Road, and am 236 metres away from the proposed base station. The impact, I can speak to the impact on me, has been significant. I guess just the prospect of having what I consider to be a grossly inappropriate site for a base station so close to a very, you know, peaceful and beautiful part of the world that we live in and that we are invested in is extremely disturbing on a personal level. So I would have to say it's been extremely upsetting, and it's been going on for so long. It just keeps going, and frankly, yes, I think it's taken a very personal toll.
We'll probably time for one more question. Or, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. There was a mention of the raw sewer in the cable car. Would you be able to delineate and describe clearly the mechanism of that? Because I have a different picture when you say it comes on the cable car. How will that happen?
For Mr. Rawlings, you happy to take that one?
Well, essentially, the Pinnacle development will produce up to 100,000 litres of raw sewage every day. They will put that raw sewage into special tanks that attach to the bottom of cable cars. They will transport that raw excrement down the mountain without people in the cable cars and dump it into a holding tank at the base station. It will then be pumped from the base station down to McRobies Valley, where it can be treated. The planning assessment identified a high risk of sewage overflow to damage the environment, a medium risk of overflow to our residences, and a medium risk of odour. And the council's consultant engineer, or the planner's consultant engineer, deemed it did not meet P7.7.
I think that's all the time for questions. Can I just quickly clarify whether the group, whether the noise recommendation of the planners, the independent planners report, is supported by your organisation, your group?
We support that conclusion. As I was saying, it's actually, it fails even more spectacularly than the planner's report reports.
All right, well, we have come to the end of time, so I'd like to thank you, Mr. Rawlings, Ms. Phillips and Mr. Stignant for your deputation tonight. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
The next group is the Graham Murray group. And Mr. Murray and Ms. Elliott will be attending in person, I think. Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray and Ms. Elliott. You have 5 minutes to address the council, and then there's an opportunity for elected members to ask questions of you for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to come and speak to you, and thanks to everyone who's watching online. I'm sure it's going to be a fair bit of theatre tonight, so get stuck into it. First of all, I was going to start talking about the process and how the process didn't have any probity auditor oversighting it. A whole range of other things like leaking of information from the council and so on, but I think I'll just stick to the planning. I just wanted to go through some of the issues that have been identified in the planning report. The first thing is a cable car is an acceptable purpose. In the Wellington Management Plan, a cable car is an acceptable purpose, just like a funicular railway is an acceptable purpose, just like a restaurant is an acceptable purpose, just like a cafe is an acceptable purpose, just like a bus transit is an acceptable purpose. To engineer a conclusion using another criteria that excludes a cable car is frankly disturbing. On page 43, section 8.13.6, it claims that the restaurant and cafe maximum capacity is 877 people. That's a 5-fold total of what the actual capacity has been listed in the proponent's document. The planner has at times the total that was available to them by 5.5% or 5.5 times to come up with a magic number of 877, thus meaning that the recommendation is to refuse on that category. There's no reason why that would happen other than some sort of magic formula that have been applied by the planners in secret. The consultant indicates on page 59, section 13.3.8, that site distances are not appropriate. However, the consultant says that site distances are appropriate according to the requirements, but then comes up with a conclusion, even though they say that the intersection can be improved, the consultant then recommends for rejection. Water's taken down from the toilets by the cable car. Yet the water is provided by stormwater and it's taken down by the cable car, yet the report says that there will be no decrease in stormwater, and that can't be possible because some of the stormwater is going down with the poop down the road. Page 70, section 17.3.19 puts commentary on the economic report. The economic report can't even spell the name of the mountain correctly. It is not Mount Wellington, and it is not the Kunani cable car. I can't understand why a professional expert opinion would be allowed to come through where the name of the project couldn't even be right, and the name of the mountain couldn't even be right. It's interesting that, in my opinion, it appears that this expert hasn't even assessed something under the criteria of that particular item. And just for noting, I note that there are 48,100 hectares in southern Tasmania of the silver peppermint, and that's not even noted. Nor is it noted anywhere that the land is actually, of this high biodiversity code, is actually sitting next to the South Hobart tip. I think it's interesting to read that the council has made a big deal of there being 21 reasons to reject. Most of those reasons are repeated over and over again, and the numbers are far less. A cable car is an accepted purpose, but the noise expert suggests that it is almost impossible to have anything in the park other than a whisper that is acceptable under the Wellington Park Trust, which is impossible. A cable car is an accepted purpose. A conversation at home is 50 decibels, and yet the expert has said that they're limited to 39 decibels or 20 decibels at night, which is less than a whisper. That indicates that the noise process is, the expert has looked myopically, and it lacks common sense. In summary, on page 86, 89, 91, 96, 100 and 101, repeating the same reasons for rejection over and over and over and over again. So in summary, I just wanted to say that a cable car is an acceptable purpose, a restaurant and a cafe is an acceptable purpose. A lot of the reasons could be given as conditions if the council was willing to look at this process with a lens of not being a glass half empty. So thank you for your time.
Mr Murray, now we have 5 minutes. Councillor Sherlock, would you like to ask your first question?
Thank you very much for your deputation. I really appreciate it. I was just wondering, just the final pages that you were talking about, 90 to 100, and you were saying that officers had actually said the same thing over and over again. I was just wondering, were you aware that there were completely different criteria?
I am absolutely aware that there are different criteria. However, the rejection is on the same reasons. So the 21 is not 21. The reasons are repeated over and over again, used against the different criteria.
Yeah, so for example, the one that you were referring to, so number 1, that was actually based on general standards in Wellington Park, and that was 9 performance criteria, which was native vegetation, threatened species and all the rest, which then go on later on to talk about the pinnacle specific area standards in Wellington Park, which is the 15 performance criteria. So they're 2 separate accounts, so it's not a repetition, it's just those performance criteria are part of the planning permit. I was just wondering if you were aware of that and how that actually operates in terms of...
I am perfectly aware of that, thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr Murray? Alderman Briscoe?
Thank you, Mr Murray and group, for your deputation tonight. I know it's hard, and you did a fairly significant representation as well. Just referring to your numbers, that you claim that the planners got it wrong, the numbers in the Pinnacle Centre, and I'll be asking a question later on of the planners about that, and I'm sure they'll have an answer. But are you aware that even under the calculations provided by the proponent is that a maximum of 660 people per hour could use the cable car? Which equates, if it was operating from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m, that's equivalent of 9,242 people. That's assuming it won't be like that every time, I'm sure it won't be. But how do you envisage that amount of people, if that was a maximum day, would be catered for in the Pinnacle Centre?
Thank you, Councillor Briscoe, Alderman Briscoe.
Thank you.
Thank you. First thing is that you're absolutely right. At maximum capacity, I believe that the proponents have said that around 600 odd people will be able to take the cable car. And I think that the proponent has said that that will be during heavy snow days or when periods of large amount of tourists are in the city. Most of the time, the proponent has said that they'd estimate that the cable car will be 10% full. And based on, I think, most people's general common sense, people that have maybe travelled and been on a cable car will understand it's not going to be packed all the time, that there will be high volumes and there will be low volumes, but it's a very big vote of confidence, Mr Briscoe, if you're saying that 660 people per hour will be taking the cable car, because that will be fabulous for our city.
Any other questions? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And it just goes, thanks Mr Murray and Ms Elliott for coming along. Just in relation to the applicant's planners report, which is attachment M, and the restaurant numbers look like it's a maximum of 434 there. and cafe and retail of 443. So would you, I mean, that's a significant amount of people, just, you know, given, you know, might be full at one stage. Would you say that that was a large amount of people, you know, who might spend quite a lot of time up the mountain at a particular time? And perhaps you can just describe if you've seen this table.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Sorry, I'm just not quite right with the title, so hopefully I'm getting those right. I think it is my personal opinion, based on a cable car that I've been on, that a cable car with a restaurant at the top would be absolutely fabulous. And if it's full sometimes, then that's a great thing for Hobart. If it's not busy all the time, then that's also fine by me. But from a planning point of view, are you suggesting that it's appropriate to judge it when it's completely full without actually a bit of common sense about when it might be on average filled?
Mr. Murray, what I'm pointing out is this table, which is from the applicant and the applicant's planner. So it actually says what is the maximum capacity, which is a total of 1,035 if you include the viewing areas as well. So just drawing that to your attention.
Thank you. So you support the Hobart City Council applied planner figures that seem to be plucked out of thin air?
I don't think it's appropriate to question.
It's not actually.
So if those numbers are in the planning report, then why did the planner come up with some other magic number? I don't understand.
We can seek clarification on that from the staff later. But I think we have come to the end of our 5 minutes, unfortunately, Mr. Murray and Ms. Elliott. So thank you for your deputation and for attending the meeting. And
thank you,
good night. And we'll ask the next number 5 group to come in, which is the Tasmanian University Mountaineering Club, Mr. Lawson and Mr. Labine Romain. Thank you for coming. Is it Mr. Lawson?
Yes, that's me.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Lawson. So you have 5 minutes to address the council, and I'll ring a bell at 30 seconds just to give you a bit of a warning, and then there's an opportunity for elected members to ask you questions for another 5 minutes. So you can start at any time.
Thank you. My name's Alex Lawson. I'm the Treasurer of the University Mountaineering Club, and this is Fraser Labine Romain, our President. Thank you for hearing us today. We, the TUMC, oppose the cable car development application. We will be conveying to you how the proposed development would negatively affect the recreational activities of the student members of the TUMC and other climbers. Quickly, I'll give you some background on us. The TUMC was formed in 1960 by students at the University of Tasmania who were engaging in rock climbing and mountaineering activities around the state at that time. They are amongst the first pioneers of rock climbing on the Organ Pipes, and there is a university buttress which is a part of the area of the Organ Pipes. The TUMC is mainly a student-based group, attracting about 250 to 300 members per year, and the main activity of our club is rock climbing. The Organ Pipes is a highly coveted climbing area, envied by climbers across Australia. The dolerite columns that form its structure make for superb rock climbing. Worldwide examples of joint dolerite columns such as this are quite rare. The engrossing wilderness setting of the Organ Pipes is one of its most special aspects. At no other climbing area in Australia can you be so close to such a wild climbing area, less than 30 minutes. These reasons make it a very unique and important location for climbers in Tasmania. but also to hundreds of visiting climbers who come down every year in summer to escape the mainland heat and enjoy the crack climbing that Tasmania offers. The TUMC agrees with the agenda item number 2.1.1 recommendation point 1. The proposed cable car is not consistent with the values of Wellington Park identified in section 8.2 and section S2.1 of the Wellington Park Management Plan, in that it would diminish the park's recreational and tourist values. Currently, no other development on the mountain intrudes on the Organ Parks, and thus experience of being there and climbing feels wild. Although close to Hobart, the often misty columns give a welcome sense of being removed from civilization and the city below. We believe that the cable car running across the top of the organ pipes will degrade the experience of climbing there significantly. The constant visibility of towers, steel cables and moving gondolas will permanently disrupt the feeling of wilderness. The peacefulness and refreshing natural setting will be disturbed. Rock climbing is becoming a very popular sport, especially among students. The students of UTAS are the luckiest in the country in terms of proximity to such an A-grade climbing location. And climbing has become popular for a very good reason. Aside from the obvious physical benefits, it is a strong avenue for bolstering mental well-being. A student climber ascends the wall. They must overcome their reservations, face their personal fears and control their self-doubt. They must forgo thoughts of daily life and focus 100% of the task on hand. Climbers describe the clarity that comes with this as a somewhat meditative state. It is an important aspect of our sport. With its minimal distractions and mostly quiet surroundings, the organ pipes area, as it currently stands, is highly conducive to achieving this. We sincerely believe that the visual intrusion of the cableway and its moving gondolas, as well as any associated noise from the cable car mechanics and patrons, will greatly diminish this area's peaceful properties, and it will significantly hinder a person achieving this meditative state. This in turn will obstruct climbers from gaining core benefits from our chosen recreational activity. We ask the Council to reject the proposal, as it will be in no way beneficial to climbers. It will damage the amenity of the organ pipes as it currently relates to climbers, and it will considerably curtail the amount of quality routes that we have explained are of unparalleled significance to southern Tasmanian climbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Did you want to add anything, Mr. Levine-Romain? You've got still got 1 minute if you want it.
No, that's all right. I think you summarised her points.
Sure. So there's time for questions. So I think Alderman Briscoe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for your very heartfelt deputation there. I recently participated in a student rock climbing exercise. I can see the benefit that you're expressing. Have you any indication of the numbers of people would use the rock climbing facilities on the organ pipes and surrounds?
In summer, it can be at least 50 people per day on a good weather, low wind day. So we're talking thousands of Tasmanians per year. And then visiting tourists is probably almost 1,000 and going up, especially as temperatures on the mainland increase and the people are looking for that sort of cool climbing experience.
So it's a supplementary question, if I'm allowed to, Lord Mayor. So you would say that if the cable car proposal did get the go-ahead and was built, that it would diminish the experience?
It would diminish the experience a lot for a large portion of the organ pipes. It would probably be about half that you would not be able to get away from seeing it and having it as a distraction. And that's without knowing exactly how loud it would be.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Sherlock, I think you had your question.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much for your deputation. I just had a question. You were talking about the tourism and recreational value, and I just wondered if you knew that the proposal is linked to the park's tourism value, and therefore at section 8.5.1, the management plan, the cableway itself actually falls within one of the values in terms of the tourist operation. In fact, the Pinnacle-specific area at section 2.1 encourages sightseeing and appreciation of the alpine environment. So while Kununyi Mount Wellington is wild and a special place, it is not wilderness and is not currently defined as that. And it's in harmony, the cableway, for example, is in harmony with a management plan with reference to the tourist operation. So I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Well, I think I can only speak from the position of rock climbers, and I would say that tourist rock climbers are not going to see this favourably. This will be a detriment to the numbers of climbers which come to the organ pipes. So in that regard, you know, tourism will be affected and negatively for rock climbers. In terms of recreation and whether or not it's considered wild in a management plan, we feel it's wild because if you're not on the summit and you're not at the base, if you're in that middle section, you can't hear a lot currently. You can't see a lot of civilization. It does feel remote. Normally you would have to hike 2 hours to get that kind of remote climbing destination in Tasmania. So it's very special to us that in less than 30 minutes you can be there in a place that we find wild.
Councillor Harvey.
I'm just wondering, would a cable car help you get up and down the mountain in order to access your climbing areas?
Currently, the main transportation mode is driving, and I still think, considering that the hours of operation might not align with when climbers would be up there, that would be the preferred method for climbers, would still be driving. I don't see any benefit for climbers in terms of transport.
Okay, we've Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much for your deputation tonight and your very comprehensive representation. I'm curious. I mean, yours is a low impact sport, and you're talking about a high impact on those conservation values. But I'm just interested in the impact of stability or otherwise actually on the organ pipes, and whether that's how that would impact you.
Yes, so in the report, which we can see in the agenda, the geotechnical analysis does say that there are significant climbing locations, significant specific columns which may be destabilised. At least 4 are mentioned individually. We believe that there will be others which were more conspicuous that the geotechnical report may not have found. So yes, I think there's definitely potential there, and we're not just talking about accidentally destabilising some of these columns. The effects would be ongoing. So when rock of that magnitude is removed, the rock behind it, the dirt behind it, and everything that gets held in, that will now be loose, and it will take another few thousand years of weathering for that to stabilise. So the safety of the area, not just for climbers, but for other people at the base of these cliffs, and for climbers in the area of this destabilisation, would be at risk for some time if that were to happen.
Thank you, that's time. So thank you so much for attending and giving us your deputation. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, deputation number 6 is the South Hobart Progress Association, and I'll call on Mr Day, Mr Hoisted, Mr Hulls-Rogers, Ms Sanford and Ms Rees will attend in person, and I think they've got a presentation by the looks of things. So they're just coming in now. Thank you. So that's Mr Day, is it?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so Mr Day, you're representing the group here tonight?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
yes.
So you've got 5 minutes to address the council. Have you sorted out how you're going to move your... You've got that? Great.
Thank you.
So once you start, you've got 5 minutes, and I'll just ring a bell at 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Just to give you time to wrap up, and then there's 5 minutes for questions if you need them.
Could we just request that the deputation speak a bit more clearly and closer to the microphone, please?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
is that
Day.
clear? David Day on behalf of the South Hobart Progress Association. We represent residents and small business owners in South Hobart. The particular concern that we have with this proposal is the traffic impact on the amenity of our members, and the association asked me to speak particularly because I have over 30 years of personal professional experience in major projects, particularly in traffic modelling and traffic management. Council, under the scheme, and we've just put the clauses up there, has some specific obligations. It has an obligation to avoid any adverse impact on road safety, and more generally, if you are going to consider community benefits, then you also have to ensure that you have recognised all of the community costs. And obviously, in relation to roads, you must always ensure that the professionals recognise that road design and traffic planning standards are met. This proposal should be refused. The proposed access at the McRobies Road roundabout is dangerous, does not meet national design standards, and because of its location, it cannot be adequately redesigned. The intersection at Cascade Road and the local one-way network are inadequate for increased traffic and would have to be remedied by council. The community cost in South Hobart exceeds any community benefits. And the promised community benefits, in fact, are largely illusory. The claim of little impact on peak period traffic in South Hobart is a pure fabrication. The claimed 40 to 60% reduction in traffic on Pinnacle Road is not plausible. This development does not meet the needs of most current visitors to the mountain, so they will continue to drive. Traffic is also not the same thing as congestion. Congestion is what happens at peak times. The peak capacity of the cable car is less than the peak capacity of the road. So at those peak times, those perfect snow days, it's physically impossible for the cable car to remove the congestion. In fact, because people will stay longer at the Pinnacle to take advantage of the facilities, congestion will increase under every scenario that I modelled. This is the Cascade Road intersection. The original traffic impact assessment recognised that this intersection and the local roads are inadequate for the increased traffic. Their concept design was removed from the proposal because they weren't prepared to pay for it. But their conclusion that the roads are inadequate is still correct. Council will have to pay the bill, probably somewhere in excess of $10 million. The new access road that they propose, you know that RIMPAT has placed a narrow interpretation on clause E 5.5.1, so the only thing that you consider under road safety is that access at the roundabout. The proposed access is dangerous. Truck drivers coming down to the tip won't be able to see bus drivers coming out of the new development until the very last moment. It does not meet national design standards, and because of its location, there's a reason McRobies Gully is called a gully, because that's the shape of it. It is physically impossible to build a compliant roundabout in that location. On that basis alone, the proposal should be refused. Here you see De Graves and Apsley Street, residential streets with unsuitable geometry for the increased traffic. The forecast traffic exceeds recommended volumes for residential roads. The proposal ignores the residents, the childcare centre, the parks, other road users, pedestrians and cyclists. But council cannot ignore them. If you are inclined to favour this project for claimed community benefits, you're obliged to consider all of those community costs wherever they occur. RIMPAT does not put any limits on where you consider the community cost. This proposal ignores the safety and amenity of daily life in South Hobart. The Austroad standard for traffic impact assessment says that all of these things should have been considered. None of them are in the traffic impact assessment and the community benefit analysis that you have been provided. You have no basis to say that the community benefits here exceed community costs because you don't even have an assessment of them. Finally, this proposal relies on demonstrably false and misleading assumptions. They say that there's no peak period traffic impacts in South Hobart. They do that because the real peak period traffic, as their own charts show, in South Hobart runs from 3:30 till 6, just like the rest of Hobart. When they make this promise, they're only referring to the hour between 5 and 6. You have to get into the small print to realise that's what they're doing. It won't save you when you're taking the kids to school. They then use the cable car west of Sydney, which is only open from 9 until 5, as part of the basis of deriving their traffic forecast. Of course they don't show any traffic between 9 and 5, but they're not an hour and a half away from Hobart. They will be open after 5 o'clock. Their development will have traffic in that time. The claimed 40 to 60% reduction on Pinnacle Road is simply unbelievable. Current drivers can go up the mountain, just spend a little bit on petrol, and visit any part of the mountain that they like. And they do. If you go and observe what they actually do, they're stopping at all parts of the mountain. This development will ask them to pay somewhere between 20 and 40 times as much to get less. It is not a traffic solution for the mountain, and it's simply implausible that reduction in traffic would occur.
Today. So we have about 4 minutes or so for questions left. So I've got one from Alderman Barakis and then Alderman Briscoe.
Thank you very much, and please correct me if I've misinterpreted something that you say, because it's not deliberate. You said that the implication that they've said that they'll be taking cars off the road, off Pinnacle Road, because they'll be using the cable car is unlikely because it doesn't meet the demands of people travelling up the mountain. Would that not also imply that the access road won't be inundated with cars because people won't be driving to the base station to utilise it because it's not an appealing option?
Clearly, if the project is economically unviable and fails, then nobody will be driving to the base station. But their claim of economic viability, amongst other things, is based on the numbers that they're quoting. If those numbers are correct, then the base station, the traffic will occur in South Hobart, but that base station road will be congested, so they'll transfer congestion from the Pinnacle into South Hobart.
So it's a bit of an either or from then, because if the traffic is going into McRobies Road, then it'll imply that there's traffic not going up the mountain. Or if there's traffic going up the mountain, it'll imply that they're not using the cable car.
Correct. But if you're doing a net community benefit, then if the community benefit of taking traffic off the road doesn't exist, then some of the community cost in South Hobart will be reduced.
Alderman Briscoe.
Thank you, Mr Day. Just a question. You're aware that the planners couldn't consider the traffic issues outside that roundabout, further on to Cascade Road. What you're suggesting is that the council would be obligated, if the proposal went ahead, to upgrade those roads at the council expense, and you're suggesting, what, $5 to $10 million? Was that the figure I heard?
Yeah.
Yeah, so really, if we did go ahead, the council would have to pick up, because we're obligated to look after the safety of our residents, we would have to pick up that cost.
Yes, you would, because the traffic impact in De Grave Street, Ashley Street and that one-way precinct would be unacceptable.
And you're suggesting that's a net community deficit, it's not a benefit?
No, it's a cost. Those are all costs to the community.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Sherlock, I think, had her hand up, sorry, before Alderman Zuko.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Actually, my question kind of covered what Alderman Briscoe has said, but I was also wondering, just with regard to the access road, if you were aware that it was an ancillary and subservient road and it's considered acceptable in the environmental management zone. And so the lack of access of a road to the Pinnacle Road, to the management plan, does not require this, and that everything will be taken by the just wondering if you were aware of that.
So could you just repeat that question? I didn't quite.
I was just wondering if you were also aware that the access road that you were talking about before, it was actually ancillary and a subservient road, and it is considered acceptable in the environmental management zone.
In terms of that road existing, yes, I'm not saying that the road itself is a problem. I'm saying that the intersection of the road where it joins the roundabout and the tip entrance does not meet design standards and is dangerous.
Yes, you've been mentioning in regards to the traffic impacts. Are you referring to the proponent?
I'm referring to the proponents, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the traffic assessment was actually done by a well-respected traffic engineering company, not they?
Yes, I am. It was submitted on their behalf. I would also say that traffic impact assessment is not compliant with the Austroad standards. I looked at that traffic impact assessment and compared it to the Austroad standard for traffic impact assessment and identified at least 15 camps on which it fell short of the professional standard.
A supplementary question, Lord Mayor. Have you got an engineering background in traffic management?
I've got an economics background and I've worked in traffic modelling for numerous large projects.
Okay, Thank you. We've probably run out of time now, unless there's any very quick question. No? All right. Thank you, Mr. Day, for your representation, your deputation, and to everyone from the South Hobart Progress Association who joined you tonight. So thank you for attending and your interest and your submission. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, can I request that the microphone be pulled forward so that there's a clearer reception for those listening online?
Yes, I think we've fed that to the technical
So it's
folks.
not a microphone issue here.
But I'll ask people to speak up. Okay, so we're now up to deputation number 7, which are members of the Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils Cycling Club. Mr. Johnson and Mr. McMullen will be joining us in just a moment. Oh, Mr. Johnston, is it?
Yes.
And you're just here on your own?
I am, correct.
Well, thank you for coming along. If you can stand really close to the microphone, we just had feedback that it's not as clear as it could be. So speak as close to the microphone as you can. If you could address the council for 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning bell when you've got 30 seconds remaining. And then there may be questions from the council members as well for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this deputation relates to mountain biking on Mount Wellington. I'm Mark Johnston. I'm the secretary of the Hobart Wheeler Dirt Devils, which is one of the cycling clubs in Hobart, the largest one. You might think I'm a mountain biker who's not very good. That's probably an accurate observation. But this is actually a touch football injury rather than a cycling crash. The club, we have at last count 403 members. Many of us ride mountain bikes. And we think that our interests as a club broadly align with the hundreds or thousands of mountain bikers that enjoy the trails on Mount Wellington. And so the purpose of this deputation this evening is really just to discuss some of the issues related to mountain bikers that are as a result of the proposed cable car, and just explain some of the technical impacts. We're a little bit unusual. We're not making a recommendation to reject or accept the application as a whole. The club discussed it, and we made a formal resolution some time back that we would just take a neutral stance in relation to the development. There's obviously more issues than just mountain biking to consider, but we're just presenting the mountain biking issues. Just a bit of context with mountain biking. There's the council, you're probably all aware, there's a plan called Riding the Mountain, which is a plan to extend the mountain biking track network on Mount Wellington. And that plan was received very strong support from the mountain bike community, and it was developed over quite a long period of time by the council in consultation with the club and other stakeholders. And when that plan went to the draft stage, many members signed a petition to council to ask you to endorse the plan, and we're very pleased that was endorsed. We think that Riding the Mountain is a really good template for enhancing participation on the mountain bike tracks on the mountain. It's important to know that the Riding the Mountain plan it just constrains or restricts track development to the lower foothills, which basically means the tracks will be developed at an altitude from the springs or lower. There's the north-south track at the moment, which runs roughly parallel for a while and then descends to Glenorchy, and the trails will be developed below that track. And there's access points at the springs and then lower down. At the moment, there's no talk about trails up near the pinnacle being developed. In the past, that has been discussed, and I believe that it has been found that because the alpine regions of the mountain are more fragile and kind of considered more environmentally precious, that it's difficult to develop sustainable mountain bike tracks up there. And basically the mountain bike community is quite pleased about getting some more tracks in the lower foothills where they work well. The principal impact on mountain bikers under the proposed development is the base station and the access road that takes you to the base station and the car park associated with the base station. And the access road basically runs along an existing track which is called Tip Top. That was developed a number of years ago by the council and the crew of volunteers, and it's maintained to this day by the council with volunteers. And that road also cuts another track which links to Tip Top and other routes. That track's called Jurassic Shark. Obviously, the road and the base station will bring cars and buses to an area that's currently just bush, enjoyed by mountain bikers as well as our compatriots, walkers and runners and the like. And as far as I'm aware, the development application does not explicitly make any proposal to address or mitigate those impacts to the existing infrastructure.
That's the 5 minutes now.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I'd just like to thank you for considering mountain bike issues, and any questions are welcome. Thanks.
Question from Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you for your deputation. Look, I'm just wondering what advantages the mountain bike community or tourists or visitors who are here to support the mountain biking or to engage with mountain biking in Tasmania, what sort of advantages will they gain from a cable car on the mountain?
Well, under this application, I don't think there's any particular advantage. Because there's the trails that start at the springs, there's no particular reason to take your bike up to the top. I mean, mountain bikers want to ride the trails that are developed for mountain bikers. Most of the tracks up the top are either, they're fire trails or walking tracks. So mountain bikers don't really go to the top of the mountain much now. And there's no reason that they would under the cable car. There may be some other bike users that want to take their bike up and roll down the hill, roll down the asphalted Pinnacle Road, but that's not a sort of a mountain bike thing to do.
Alderman Briscoe.
Just to follow up.
Yep.
So, how fast is mountain biking growing in Hobart, in your views or what you understand?
Well, I mean, mountain biking is growing around Australia and especially in Tasmania. Obviously the developments at Derby and Medina are encouraging mainlanders to come down and enjoy what Tasmania has to offer on the mountain bike front. But just from a local community perspective, mountain biking is really growing quite a bit. We're seeing quite good membership growth on the mountain bike front, and we only represent sort of a tip of the iceberg. There's heaps of recreational growth in mountain bikes because it's a relatively good family fun. You're outside enjoying yourself, and you're away from cars, unlike road cycling. So it's certainly a growth area.
Alderman Briscoe.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. some of the councillors were up for a technical tour and sat down. We saw the Lycra middle-aged men on electric mountain bikes, which was quite inspiring. Not for me particularly, but for people, I'm sure. You're aware, so your club supports the new proposed trails. I think there's 11 new ones proposed. Are you aware that...
Under the Riding the Mountain...
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're big supporters of that plan.
Yeah. You're aware that only 2 of them have actually gone through the plan
I
process?
am aware of that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I know that each individual trail has to go through its own process of approval.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'd like to thank you very much for your deputation and taking the time to come and speak with us, and also thanks to the club more broadly for your submission. Thank you. Okay, we now have deputation number 8 from Mr. Peter McGlone, the Tasmanian Conservation Trust. Thank you, Mr. McGlone. You have 5 minutes. If you can speak as close as you can to the microphone. We've had a little bit of feedback that that mic isn't picking up really strongly.
Okay, just sing out if I'm not loud enough.
It's okay for us. It's more for people at home, watching at home.
Okay.
But if you would like to speak for 5 minutes, I'll give you a bell at 30 seconds, and then there's an opportunity for elected members to ask questions if they'd like to for 5 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a record 16,588 representations, of which 71.7% were opposed and 28.3% in support. That's a ratio of 5 to 2, 5 against for every 2 in support. They're pretty astonishing numbers. The TCT had the pleasure of assisting thousands of people from Hobart and beyond to make representations opposing the cable car. The TCT lodged 1,592 via our website and just under 1,000 hard copy template submissions that were letterboxed. Almost 100% of the hard copy representations that we gathered were from the Hobart City Council area, and I'm told 80% of those online were from the Hobart City Council area, and only a small fraction were from outside of Tasmania. Perhaps some people reading about these statistics wonder how much they mean. What does it mean to put your name and address on a template representation on a website or a paper template form? Well, I can tell you that for the people who we dealt with, it meant a lot to them. I want to take a few moments to express on behalf of these caring individuals, using their own words, just what it meant to make a representation and what concerned them. The other reason why these template representations matter is that they largely align with many of the concerns raised by the planners. It shows that when a performance indicator of a planning scheme is not met, it has the potential to actually damage the lives of real people in the thousands. Out of the 8,500 letters that we letterboxed around suburbs of Hobart, we didn't have the money to do the whole of Hobart, we got 1,000 back. As the deadline drew near, more and more people dropped into our office with their representations at all hours of the day or night. They phoned us wanting to know if they were still on time. Many of them expressed similar feelings. They were relieved that we had made it easy for them to make a representation. They were concerned, but they said, without that thing turning up in our letterbox, we wouldn't have made a representation. Many of them had never done this before. Many of the people we spoke to and met were of the older variety and really appreciated a paper form to fill in. And I'm sure if my mother was still alive, she would insist, like many of them, to put a signature on it. A lot of people don't do representations because of that. Hundreds of people wrote handwritten messages expressing how they felt about the proposed development and how important it was to make a comment. And I'll just quote from many different types of representations. Common comments were no cable car protect Kunyani, I vote no cable car. My children and I look up at the mountain daily on our walk to school and always comment on the beauty. These are different people every time.
We look at the mountain every day. It would sadden me greatly to look west and every day see the successive defilement of our beautiful mountain. Nature has supplied us with just what we need. Do not alter it. I look to the mountain every day to see what the weather is doing. The mountain is the start and end of every day. Even if I was too old to walk on the mountain, I am glad she stands there, pristine and beautiful, and others can enjoy the walks. One gentleman says, I walked on the mountain as a toddler in 1935 and walked there when the weather permits still. As a family with very young children, 6 and 8, we very much enjoyed the walk to the organ pipes from the springs. All of these people, these are quotes from different submissions who oppose the cable car. Another person says a cable car is neither natural nor beautiful. Leave it unspoiled by a tacky tourism venture. There are plenty of wine bars, restaurants and souvenir shops in Hobart. I'm lucky to have done a fair amount of overseas travel. I'm fully aware of what mass tourism does, reducing nearly all places it touches with a similar experience. Now, an environmental scientist who I can't name but I know of his credentials, a zoologist, now a tour guide, said, I personally saw swift parrots entering 3 hollows in the vicinity of Junction Cabin on 28th of November 2019. Very specific comment. One person wrote next to their name 100 years and 6 months old. One person complained about the state of their handwriting because of arthritis, making it difficult to hold a pen. Now, just in concluding, today the proponent made comments in the Mercury that 21 grounds for refusal can be addressed by imposition of conditions on the development through provision of additional information. I believe the nature of the problems that have been raised by the planning report would require such a significant change that only a new development could address those problems. That would require a new assessment, new public comment. The proponent, just in final comment, the proponent says there are problems that could be fixed, but he actually doesn't say which problems and how they can be fixed. And I'm really hopeful that this council, right at the end of the night, isn't going to get a whole series of potential solutions that none of us have heard of. So I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McGlone. Now, if you'd just like to stay there, just in case someone's got any questions for you.
Bring it on.
Councillor Dutta, question?
Thank you, Chair. Peter, thank you for your presentation. Are you aware of the fact that numbers of people who respond or make submissions is not a criteria to judge this particular development application?
No, but I think that when you're reading some of the planners' reports, as I said in my deputation, I think that the amount of people that have made representations that have raised, for example, the visual impacts of this cable car is enormous. The total numbers of representations from the ROC organisation and the TCT numbers nearly 12,000. Every single one of those nearly 12,000 people raised visual impacts. I think the visual impact issue is of extreme relevance to the local community in Hobart. As I said, from our data, almost all of those people are from the Hobart City Council area making representations. So it's not just an arbitrary rule, it's a rule that really affects people's lives. Sorry.
Alderman Briscoe.
Yes, I know this is a bit of a provocative question. Thank you for your deputation and your representation and your support of the community by offering a good way of getting representations to us. Can you see any way that a rejig of the cable car, say from another city maybe, and less obtrusive, would meet some of the concerns of the people you know who made representations against?
I was doing a lot of reading of personal comments today that people had written on our template, and out of hundreds that I read today, I remember 2 that said maybe you could start it from Glenorchy, or maybe you could start it from over on the western side of the mountain. That's not data, that's just what I noticed today. But equally, the people that phoned us and came to see us, very few ever were conciliatory, saying we could imagine a better cable car. There's no data on that, but it's like the numbers of representations, 100% of those representations we passed on were opposed to this cable car.
Good, thank you.
I think it was Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks for your deputation tonight and organising the opportunity for so many people to put in representations. I'm curious to know two things. What you feel the impact of biodiversity is going to be generally, particularly around the base station, should this proposal go ahead, and what sort of things from an alpine environment should we be concerned about with the scale of the development at the pinnacle?
I'll premise my answer by saying I came here tonight not prepared for any of those questions. But in our submission, we did point out that there would be significant impacts on biodiversity, particularly from the clearing for the lower two towers, all three towers and the lower base station. I noted of great concern to me was that the proponents' natural values report identified the probable requirement for clearing beyond the area that they were asked to assess around towers to protect the towers from tree fall. That's, it's a radius of the average potential tree height of 30 to 40 metres. So there will be large areas of vegetation lost around those lower two towers that their own assessment says we haven't looked at it yet. I noted one very well-known fire expert, retired, wrote a representation claiming that 300 metre diameter around the base station would need to be cleared for fire protection. Again, no one told the North Barker organisation about that. They were not asked to assess that. So beyond the obvious impacts that have been documented about potential loss of nest sites for swift parrot, loss of two threatened species on the pinnacle, there are those yet to be looked at, yet to be assessed biodiversity impacts.
Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, Ms McGlone, could you just repeat that figure again? What's the figure for the number of representatives that came from Hobart versus outside of Hobart that you were?
Okay, so we submitted 985 in hard copy. I would hazard a guess less than 1% came from outside of Hobart City Council area, having opened most of them. And 80% of the online representations came from Hobart City Council municipality. And one of the reasons for that is that we can target supporters that we know are in Hobart, and we know that they're likely to want to do it, so we go with the people most likely to do it. That's just the representations that we passed on.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr McGlone, for your deputation tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next deputation is from the group around McRobies Road, I understand. Ms Watson, Mr McAdam and Mr De Andrea. For coming tonight and your supporting group there. You've got 5 minutes to address the council. If you can stay as close to the microphone as possible, and I'll give you a bell at 30 seconds and then there's an opportunity for questions. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm representing 27 members of the McRobies Valley, and there's a full list of asking trees on our submission. As you'll be aware, the proposed access road starts from 30 McRobies Road, which is next to the gates of the Waste Management Centre, which is commonly known as the TIP. We're opposed to the opening of a road in this location for 4 main reasons. It will significantly increase noise levels, traffic issues, and adversely affect the safety and livability of the McRobies Valley. We believe the DA clearly fails to satisfy the requirements of the Hobart Interim Planning Scheme, and we've outlined where in our submission. We also strongly object to the complete lack of consultation with any of the residents in the valley. We find this particularly relevant given the comprehensive opposition from the Old Farm Road residents, and that influenced the decision not to go ahead with using their road for access to the base station. We assume that they did not consult with us because they quite...
Would you be able to speak up just a little bit
more?
Sure.
We assume that they did not consult with us because they quite rightly assumed that we would be against the project. As I've mentioned, the proposed road extension is in a valley. A valley has an amphitheatre effect. The noise is projected up to the houses on the hillsides. This is great. If you want to invite your neighbour over for afternoon tea, we can do that. But it's dreadful when you're talking about introducing buses and road traffic from commercial vehicles that will echo through this valley well into the night. The DA suggests that the noise impacts won't be significant because McRobies Road is already used by tip trucks and commercial vehicles, but it completely fails to acknowledge that the tip opening hours mean that it closes at 4:30 on weekdays and 4 o'clock on the weekends. Outside of this time, this valley turns into a quiet cul-de-sac where our children can enjoy playing on the roundabout and where the adults enjoy a really rural feel. Buses and cars descending into this valley until 10 p.m. at night will significantly change this. On the issue of traffic, we're deeply concerned about the increased traffic into the McRobies Valley. De Grave Street is a key corridor connecting South Hobart and Ferntree residents to the Rivulet Track to access work, local schools and the city. Every day, hundreds of people, including many young children, walk or ride bikes on this section of road into Grave Street due to a lack of a city-bound bike lane. They also contend with unmarked crossings at each end of De Grave Street, car doors opening from stressed parents dropping children off at daycare, and from distracted tourists visiting the Female Factory, which is one of Hobart's main tourist attractions. Both the childcare centre and the Female Factory rely solely on on-street parking on De Grave Street. Therefore, there's possibly no worse place in Hobart to suggest increasing car and heavy vehicle traffic. Adding to this, the one-way system of entry into McRobies Road and exit via De Graves and Apsley Street is narrow, windy and not suited to heavy traffic. It was declared not geometrically sound for the proposed increase in traffic in the initial Midson traffic impact assessment, which they left off this DA. If the prediction of the cable car usage is correct, and they do succeed in taking thousands of cars off the Pinnacle Road, they will channel them into this narrow, congested, one-way street. The proposal is highly irresponsible, potentially dangerous for the pedestrians, cyclists, families, childcare users, tourists, and the motorists themselves. The increase in traffic will also increase noise and air pollution. Furthermore, as we've already heard tonight, South Hobart already has significant traffic issues in peak periods. There are times where exiting from De Grave Street onto Cascade Road involves merging into backed up traffic, queuing all the way to the South Hobart Lights and the Southern Outlet. Funneling more traffic into this system is clearly flawed. On the issue of safety, there's one more issue that we'd like to highlight, and that's in relation to bushfire emergency. Exiting this one-way system is already a worry for the residents, and adding extra cars to this scenario is asking for trouble. We're also worried about the increased risk of arson with a new road being pushed into the bush in this location after we've already seen several fires lit at the Tip and Recycling Centre over the past few years, and it will provide opportunity for the disposal and burning of stolen cars. So in summary, we think that this is not a geometrically sound option to introduce more traffic to. We think it will affect our noise and air pollution. It will increase existing traffic congestion issues, and it will reduce the residential and commuter safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Watson. Are there any questions for the group? Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much for your deputation. Really appreciate it. I was just wondering, when you were talking about the bushfire management, I was just wondering if you were aware that it's not required of us as the planning authority to assess that at this part of the planning process stage, except for vulnerable or hazardous uses or subdivision, and therefore this proposal does not relate to any of these, and therefore technically the bushfire management assessment does not form part of our planning assessment.
Okay. Was there a question?
Yeah, it was. I was just wondering if you're aware of that.
Okay.
Yes, you referred to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if there's no further questions, I'd like to thank you very much for coming in tonight and taking us through your representation, and thanks to your colleagues as well. Okay, we're up to number 10, which is the Respect the Mountain group, and Mr. Verco, Mr. Jones and Ms. Scanlon will be coming in just a moment. I'm proposing that we have a toilet break at the end of 14 and then come back.
Early.
Good idea.
Oh, that's a good one.
Hi, hello, Mr. Verco and Mr. Jones and Ms. Scanlon. You have 5 minutes to address the council, and then there may be questions from the council for another 5 minutes. So you can start. I'll ring a bell at 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, great. Can everyone hear me okay? Good. Okay, my name's Jared Verco. I'm speaking on behalf of the group Respect the Mountain. We're a community concerned with protecting the ecosystems, geodiversity, physical and cultural landscape and natural beauty of Kunani, Mount Wellington. Respect the Mountain represents more than 7,500 people, many of whom are watching these proceedings tonight. We're people who are fiercely opposed to the proposal for a cable car across the organ pipes and a pinnacle development. Firstly, I want to commend the Council for its professional approach to determining the non-compliance of this long-promised DA. More than 11,500 people have written to you and asked that you reject this application. The advice from your professional planning experts gives you 21 grounds to do so, but there are actually more than 60 discretions. I wish to make 4 simple points. The first point is on the slide. And the point is that you only really need 1 ground for refusal, and so I'll deal with this one, and it's Tower 3. It's a 36-metre tower proposed to be put above the organ pipes, and it does not comply with the management plan requirements for visual impacts. The proponent thinks that this non-compliance can be dealt with simply by the imposition of conditions or through the provision of additional information. This tower cannot be moved. It cannot be reduced in size. It cannot be conditioned. You can't condition the organ pipes to be the footing of a 36-metre steel tower and a pathway for cable buses. It will simply never comply. The second point comes to the concept of a precedent. Much in this development application is described as approximate or incomplete. The traffic impact assessment submitted only considers parking at the base station and not the Pinnacle Centre, for example. The proposal is not even supported by a geotechnical instability report that sufficiently considers all risk to life and property. There has been no assessment of the noise impact on residential amenity. The amenity of the people who live in these places is not simply something to dismiss as being subjective. I need to go back. This brings me to the next point. So this is an email from the proponents to the Wellington Park Management Trust. This email didn't go to the Hobart City Council, but it's where the proponent is telling the Wellington Park Management Trust that the number and locations of towers may change depending on geotechnical results. No one has these results. If you approve this and the towers do change, then the DA will be coming back. Third point, economics. It is telling that the developers haven't mentioned the economics in their opinion piece today. Despite having a whole decade, the proponent has provided no credible, independent cost-benefit analysis for this non-compliant proposal. You, however, do have an independent assessment, and it says, it has not been demonstrated that the cable car project will result in significant long-term social or economic community benefits. Here's what else it says. I have never encountered an EIA as part of a planning approval process where key assumptions and results were obscured under the argument of commercial in confidence. All that the proponent has given you is a 5-year-old report and one wherein all meaningful figures have been redacted, and you are being asked to approve it. There's a copy of the page there on the screen. You actually can't justify any of the project's components based on this farcical economic assessment. As the planning report makes clear, approval of this proposal will diminish the park's tourism, recreational and landscape values as a result of its scale, nature and intensity. On this point alone, you are obliged to refuse the application. But here's the thing. Just like you cannot condition the visual impacts, you can't condition long-term social and economic benefit, you can't condition community support because it simply isn't there. My last point. We all know how divisive this proposal has been. Consider that the local community has now participated in 5 public consultation processes, and every time, the majority of the feedback has been clear. No cable car across the organ pipes, no mass tourism development on the pinnacle. Lastly, please respect the community that you represent. Respect the Aboriginal community who have made it clear that Kunani is sacred ground. Disregarding Aboriginal cultural heritage as subjective is not on. We must do better than this. Respect the consultants who have worked tirelessly and professionally to bring you their recommendation, and refuse this proposal on the 21 grounds that you have before you. Respect the mountain and reject the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've got about 4 minutes left for any questions, if there are any, and I wouldn't mind asking one myself, actually. I think it'll be my first one. The picture of Tower 3 that you put up, is that the only picture of Tower 3 in the DA, or is that the closest picture of Tower 3 in the development application?
There are a number of pictures, but this one in particular shows you the scale of it and the inappropriateness of it. And the point I make, and I'll make it again, it's simply impossible to ever condition or negotiate that tower above the organ pipes to ever comply with the visual impact requirements of the management plan. And honestly, I think everyone can accept that.
And is there a picture of the Tower 3 from the new Pinnacle Centre?
There isn't a picture of Tower 3 from the Pinnacle Centre in the DA, from what I understand. But you can imagine the impact of that tower from what is quite possibly the most iconic view in Tasmania, of people standing on that pinnacle, having an unobstructed view of the city, and instead they'd be staring at a monstrosity right in front of them.
Other questions? Alderman Briscoe?
Thank you, Ms. Jared, for your good presentation and your group of almost tireless work for a number of years. Just to elaborate, you did mention a risk to life. Were you talking about the risk to life during the operation, or possible risks during the operation of the cableway?
Yeah, so that reference to where they haven't actually undertaken a sufficient assessment of risks to life is taken directly out of the planning report, and in fact it's taken out of one of the points of refusal.
Thank you.
Councillor Coates?
Look, thank you for your deputation. In your presentation, you just showed us, you presented an email from 2018. I was just curious, seems to have been sent from the Mount Wellington Cableway Company to Department of State Growth. I'm just wondering how you got that email, and how do you know that it's accurate, I guess, within the context. We only see one little snippet.
Yeah, sure, good question. So this is basically taken straight out of Right to Information, which is on a website. It's publicly available for everyone to see. And you're quite right, it is from 2018, but the important point is that they're clearly saying that this development, until they've undertaken detailed geotechnical assessment, the locations are unknown, and they haven't undertaken those assessments. And to be honest, we've heard from people who have had to go and undertake those detailed assessments to build a house, and yet here we have this application that they haven't undertaken that work.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll think we'll thank you for your night and
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please reject it.
Okay, Deputation 11 is the Climbers Club of Tasmania, and we're just about to hear from Mr. Jackson and Mr. Nermit.
Lord Mayor, the TV's going to turn off in 44 seconds.
What was that, sorry?
The TV's going to turn off in 40 seconds, 39, 37, 36. This is a race. 35.
Craig, is the ball.
Pay the bill! Pay the bill! Yeah.
Okay,
Pay the bill.
Mr. Jackson, is it? Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for coming. You've got 5 minutes to address the council. I'll give you a bell at 30 seconds, and then there may be questions for you for 5 minutes afterwards. Thanks for attending.
Thank you very much. My name's Hamish Jackson. I'm the president of the Climbers Club of Tasmania, which is the representative body for the Tasmanian climbing community, and John is the secretary. We thank you for the opportunity to present on this important issue. We are here to present further detail regarding the impacts of the proposed cable car on rock climbing, recreation and the geoheritage values of the cliffs. We'll be showing photographs on the slides of areas that will be significantly affected by the proposal. This photograph here shows a rock climber on one of the most famous climbs on the Organ Pipes called Skyrocket. It is directly under the planned cableway. Rock climbing is a sport with rapidly increasing popularity and is notable for appeal across all ages and social strata. The health benefits of this sport are broad and increasingly well documented, and our community supports numerous local programs for school groups, Aboriginal groups and tourists. The Organ Pipes are is the most important local climbing area for climbers living in Hobart. These climbs here are of the highest quality and span a broad range of difficulty. Only 2 other capital cities in the world have such access to impressive cliffs over the city, Rio de Janeiro and Cape Town, but what makes the Organ Pipes uniquely special as a climbing location is the atmosphere that is afforded by the breathtaking city views juxtaposed by the immediate wilderness environment. The climbing atmosphere here is globally unique, therefore. The remarkable pillar formations, including those shown here, are also contributing substantially to the character of this cliff. Many hundreds of interstate and international climbers visit Hobart each year to climb on the Organ Pipes. The wilderness values experienced while climbing on the cliff have not, to date, been significantly impacted by previous developments on the mountain. Climbers access the Organ Pipes from the summit above and the geology car park indicated here as P below. And the area, is there a pointer on this, pardon me? No, there isn't. The area at the right-hand end of the cliff is the area with the greatest concentration of outstanding rock climbs, and this is where the cable car directly passes through. This development application in question overlooks the impacts on rock climbing. In reference to the agenda, we agree with refusal ground number 1. The cableway will substantially diminish the rock climbing recreational values. The independent assessment by Williams and McHenry reported there to be a moderate risk of destabilisation of the cliff, and this directly threatens several iconic pillars on the Organ Pipes on which we climb. Refusal ground number 17 notes the proposal is not supported by a geotechnical and instability report that sufficiently considers all the risks to life and property. They raise concern about 2 famous pillars close to the earthworks for Tower 3, called Albert's Tomb, shown here, and Johnson's Knob, a similar pillar. We note there are several other pillars nearby to this structure that may be similarly threatened, including the previous pillars shown in the slides. Furthermore, we fear that such destabilisation may increase risk to more minor rockfall, which increases risk to climbers and walkers below in the years following the development. We also note that ice falling from the cableway or cable car may also represent a risk to climbers and walkers below for the future. We also agree with refusal grounds 12, 13, 16 and 18 to 20 that the proposal will diminish the visual values of the pinnacle and organ pipes areas and cannot meet performance criteria in these areas. The proposal focuses specifically on visual impacts and other impacts from the road. Climbers and other users experience the mountain off the road. We are there for that very reason. The proposed structures will have a very large impact on amenity when you are climbing right next to them. Over half of the climbs on the organ pipes will be in direct view of the cableway. The cableway crosses directly over this climbing area here that contains many of our famous rock climbs. Climbers also climb on the boulders on the mountain summit. This is a view from one such climb, and the buildings on the summit will be directly in front of this climb.
That's time, Mr. Jackson.
Just finish up over the next few seconds, if that's okay.
Sure.
Lastly, we bring attention to the intrusion of having a large moving object extremely close to some rock climbs. The cableway proximity transect was shown previously here, highlighting that it is only 5 metres above the cliff line. This climber here is standing on that transect and it clearly demonstrates what an imposition the moving cables will be to climbers. So in summary, there are many thousands of climbers who enjoy these cliffs, and the climbing and geoheritage values of the organ pipes and summit boulder areas are significantly impacted by the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We've probably got 4 minutes for questions if there's anyone who has a question for you. I'm just conscious that I'll just ask whether Alderman Thomas, Sexton or Ewan have any questions, because I think I'm just conscious of balancing it out. If you've got any, give you first. No? Okay.
Look, I guess your issue in relation to safety intrigues me. Independently of just some of your members' thoughts, what evidence have you, of anything, of a similar situation in relation to the stability of the rock formations that you speak of? In this instance, quite clearly you've shown the transection of the cables all the way through your climbing paths. A very brave exercise, I must admit. But the reality for me is, are you working on anecdotal information from overseas, or where?
No. So we are working from 2 professional sources. Firstly, the source of the development applicant themselves, which notes a moderate risk of rockfall of these large structures in their own DA, and there aren't any sufficient mitigation strategies recommended apart from a vague comment that they need to be managed. And secondly, the independent report also suggests there is a moderate risk of rockfall, specifically citing 2 of the structures that I've shown in these photographs. So we're working off that professional advice.
A subsequent question, and I mean realistically, insurance would always be, I'm sure, one of your issues. Is there any likelihood, do you believe, that in the event that the construction was to proceed, your members, indeed your activity, might be potentially jeopardised through an inability to obtain either insurance or insurance at an affordable cost?
Yes, it's a good question.
For your activity.
Mr. Jackson, in that location, I think you mean, don't you?
Yeah, in the location, yeah. Well, I think, certainly. Look, the commercial groups who operate up the mountain certainly require insurance. As a club, we operate up there in many cases independently, and so some club members may or may not have life insurance, but that is not dependent on exactly where we climb in the state, if you understand. So as individual climbers, I don't think that will be as an impact, but for the commercial users, that indeed may have some impact. Thank you.
I think Deputy Lord Mayor had a hand up as well.
Yeah, just a quick question. You mentioned ice falling from the cars.
Yes.
Is there any reference to ameliorate those concerns?
No, there doesn't seem to be any reference to that, and the rock climbs are directly under the cableway, as is, as you know, the Organ Pipes walking track.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jackson, for your deputation. I think that I don't think there's any further questions.
Thank you.
Thanks again for your interest in coming along tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next deputation, number 12, is the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects, Mr. Thompson and Mr. de Grice. Hello, thank you for coming. Mr. Thompson and Mr. de Grice, you have 5 minutes to address the council. I'll ring a bell at 30 seconds so that you know when you've just got to wrap up, and then there's 5 minutes allocated if anyone in the council has got questions for you. So thank you, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and councillors. Jerry and I are here to represent the 3,500 members of the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects, particularly the 40 members who live and practice in Tasmania. Jerry and I have both been members of the Institute for over 30 years. Jerry's actually been a fellow for over 30 years, so we won't hazard a guess as to how long he's actually been a member. As landscape architects, we are highly qualified professionals who plan and design for a life outside, planning, designing and facilitating respectful access to landscapes for all people to enjoy. As a profession, we often take a pro-development stance. We are key players in the appropriate and sensitive development of some of Tasmania's most important world-renowned landscapes. We seek to design functional, beautiful places that respect the aesthetic and cultural values of the places we work in. Moreover, we do this from a user-centred perspective. We design for people's use and enjoyment of places and take care not to do anything that detracts from anyone's experience of the landscapes they visit. As landscape architects, we assist developers and government agencies move through the planning system to achieve quality outcomes that respect people and places. Our members hold standing in the Planning Commission as recognised experts in areas including visual impact assessment, landscape management, environmental impact assessment, site planning and design. Many of our local and interstate members, including Jerry and I, have worked for the Wellington Park Management Trust and Hobart City Council within and outside the park as consultants and employees. Our members have been involved in management planning and landscape assessment across Wellington Park even before the Wellington Park Act was gazetted. This has included drafting early versions of the management plan, completing landscape assessment studies and undertaking site planning for specific areas such as the Springs and the Pinnacle Car Park. In discussing this current cable car proposal with our membership, we have 100% agreement that this proposed development is not consistent with the Wellington Park Management Plan and the Hobart Interim Planning Scheme, nor is it in the long-term interests of the recreational users and visitors to the park. We find across the board that the proposal is antithetical to the values and objectives of the Wellington Park Management Plan and the very qualities that make the place special. This development proposal fails to meet the requirements of the planning scheme and the Wellington Park Management Plan, as I said. Each of the 21 reasons for refusal of the proposal stated in the Planning Assessment Report vary in their scope and impact, but cumulatively the impact on the park and on the mountain as a cultural landscape is significant, permanent and irreversible. What's more, the scale and permanency of this development limits all future possibilities for the park. The developers have been disingenuous about their intentions throughout. Their purpose is to develop a large function centre on a sensitive site serviced by a cable bus. The proponents have consistently downplayed the impact on social and environmental values of the park and largely ignored existing recreational users. They have totally ignored the traditional owners of Canunga. This development has potential to inflict an environmental disaster on the significant geoheritage sites, particularly the organ pipes and particularly in respect of Tower 3, and sensitive alpine ecosystems that may take generations to recover from even the smallest disturbance. We have carefully reviewed the planner's assessment report to Council and concur with all of the findings in respect of the planning assessment and urge Council to reject this proposal. Aldermen and Councillors, your discretion is required against a significant number of planning controls, any one of which alone could lead to the rejection of this proposal. Taken together, the concerns raised in the independent planning assessment highlight the overwhelming degree to which this proposal fails to meet the standards of the planning scheme and the Wellington Park Management Plan. The strength of opposition to this development, illustrated by the representations to Council, is reflected in our membership. It is further illustrated by the fact that the developers have had to rely on interstate consultants to prepare their development application. I'd just like to conclude by reminding Council that our organisation is a proud participant in the development industry. However, we cannot in good faith support this proposal and urge you to reject it outright. Thank you.
Hey, Alderman, thank you for the deputation. Alderman Briscoe.
Thank you. Thank you, Dom and Jerry. A very, very considered deputation to us. And I imagine, knowing your work over a few years, that when you use the word environmental disaster, you use it very pointedly. Can you just outline some of the environmental disasters that could arise from this development?
I think it's more about the way visitors and users of the park experience the environment. So, as I said, we approach this from a user perspective. People value the environment for a whole range of reasons, and particularly the park has so many different microclimates and environmental conditions that change over the seasons. So there's that aspect, but there's also, in terms of what we just heard from the climbers and other deputations too, in terms of the geoheritage impact, the potential for destabilising the sensitive pillars and geological structures of the organ pipes, and particularly the excavation of the site, the extent of earthworks involved in establishing foundations and levelling the site for the Pinnacle Centre is significant, and the removal of that material and/or it's shifting around on the site, if it is indeed to be retained on site, would result in significant impacts. And those alpine vegetation communities are very, very sensitive. When Jerry was involved in the redesign of the Summit car park there many years ago, over 20 years ago, and the footprint of the car park was reduced all that time ago, but the fringes of that car park still haven't recovered vegetatively, so the impact, it takes generations to recover.
Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thanks, Don and Jerry. What sort of process do you think would be required to do that earthworks? So it's not just removing the material, but also getting to the material to remove it. What's your understanding of how that would proceed?
I'll throw it.
As I understand it, they're required to build an access road to the building site that they say they'll repair. As Don points out, it's very difficult to repair such an intrusion. Once they get there, it'll take a significantly large pieces of equipment to remove the rock, potentially, certainly rock breakers, potentially explosive devices. And then the material, once it's removed from the site, has to be placed somewhere. Now that could be into a truck and then carted down the mountain through Bracken Lane and through the city to some other location, or it could be disposed of on the mountain somewhere. And wherever that is, that becomes a disturbance in its own right that needs to be repaired. So I believe I'm not sure the entire footprint of the visitor center, but it's extensive and it requires an extensive amount of cubic meters of material to be removed that'll have to go somewhere.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. I understand, and if I've heard you correctly, that you have about 3,500 members, and you also suggested or stated that 100% of them agree to the position you've taken. My question is, what methodology did you use to gain that particular, or what survey did you, how did you maintain that opinion?
That figure refers to that Tasmanian membership. But the we had our deputation signed off by the CEO of the Institute of Landscape Architects nationally, and Jerry was involved in.
We initially drafted a letter in response to the cable car. We circulated to all the members of our organisation in Tasmania, and we got 100% concurrence with that deputation.
Can I ask one question, please? Just Mr. Thompson, on your submission, you talk about that the DA contravenes basic nature, recreation planning and design principle, and this is the point I'm interested in, is inconsistent with international trends in visitor experience management. Can you just outline very briefly why it's inconsistent with international trends in visitor experience management?
With respect, Lord Mayor, you're actually referring to my personal submission, deputation. I'm here on behalf of the Institute of Landscape Architects. I would be happy to answer that question, but if you'd like me to, but I need to point out that it's not the Institute's submission.
Just if you can in a couple of seconds.
I think what's happening internationally in terms of recreational management is much more of a minimalist approach to distributing people through the landscape in a more sensitive way. So methods that can be easily destructed as needs change. So, and I think things like the Lost Freight Cafe and Hall Saddle as a central bus depot, and what we're seeing around the world in terms of shuttle bus services that can service all of the points of interest along the route. So you can imagine, instead of an A to B solution, which a cable car is, to have an A to X solution that a shuttle bus would provide is a more sensitive approach.
Thank you. That clarifies that. And sorry for going into that one, but thank you for that. So I think we've unfortunately run out of time. But thank you again for attending and for your representation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we now have the Tasmanian Aboriginal Centre represented by Shani Reid. Hello, Ms. Reid. Thank you for coming. I'd like if you could speak for 5 minutes to the council. If you want to use the whole 5 minutes, I'll ring the bell with 30 seconds to go, just so you've got some warning. And then if council members want to ask questions, there's an additional 5 minutes. So thank you for attending.
Thank you. My name is Shani Reid. I'm a representative of the Tasmanian Aboriginal Centre and of the Palawa people of Lutruwita, one of the oldest continuous living cultures in the world. In the beginning, where all things took their shape in Lutruwita, the heart-shaped island was just a small sandbank. Over ages, through ice ages, through darkness and light, it stayed as a sandbank. As the sea rose, Puniwin, the sun, flashed Petrula, fire, across the sky. At night, his wife Venom, the moon, cast a silvery glow across the world as she too moved across the sky. They moved from one side of the world to the other, where they sank into the sea. Venna could not move as fast as Puniwin, so he would reflect his light onto her to encourage Venner to move across the sky. Then one day, they passed over this little sandbank and seeds dropped from them. These seeds became the great gum tree, Lutra. The next day, Mangalini, rain, fell from the sky and helped Lutra to grow. And then shellfish came into the sea all around this sandbank. The day after, Moini, their baby, was born. He was a strong, shining boy. Puniwin and Venner placed him high in the sky. He is the great southern star. The following day, their second son was born, the gentle Dromedine. He was shining just like Moini. So Puniwin and Venner placed him in the sky halfway between themselves and Moini. Today we call him Canopus. All through the creation time, icebergs would float around Lutruwita, rubbing against the island. Sometimes Venner would rest on the icebergs and watch Puniwin as he crossed over the sky high above. But just before he sank into the sea, he would return for her and they would slide over the rim of the world together. All through the creation, the seeds sprouted and became trees. The leaves fell and mixed with the sand and became earth. The shellfish grew, and as they died, they became the stones and the rocks of our great mountains. Slowly over time, Lutruwita rose from the ocean. Today you will see the shellfish everywhere. You will see Lutra, the great gum tree. You will see the plants, the animals, our great mountain ranges. You will see Palawa, all that is Lutruwita. Why am I sharing this story? It is the creation story from my people about this beautiful island we all call home. I hope that by sharing this, you start to understand the deep connection the history of this island has in the Aboriginal identity. How this is the creation story that explains the importance of our land, sea, sky, and mountainscapes. How important it is to understand why we Palawa feel so connected to these spaces. They are who we are. They are the creation of us, and without them, we cannot truly pass on the incredibly important cultural values and the spiritual connections we have to our landscapes, to our mountains. I'm a Palawa woman. I'm here to ask you to consider the Palawa people of Lutruwita in your decision today. I ask you to consider the rights of my people as the traditional custodians of this land in how we all share, enjoy, connect and care for the one responsibility that today we all have. This is the role in caring for our country. What we do with this responsibility must be respectful of how our country has been cared for in the past. This is our guide to how we should care for it in the future. Kananyi and her cultural landscapes, cultural stories connect ancient pathways from as far as the deep southwest corners of our island through to the vast open hunting grounds of the Midlands, and importantly to the rich valleys of Tintumili Mianya, the Durrant River and Nipaluna, Hobart. These pathways are steeped in the history of thousands of generations of Palawa, walking, living and dying under the protection and dominant impact that Kananyi imprints on each and every one of us still today. Thousands of generations of Palawa drinking from the fresh waters that run through her veins and into this country, eating from the cultural foods that seasonally replenish our bellies, and thousands of generations that have carried the unbroken connections to our creation stories, to our ancestors and to the spirits of our old people. I ask you to consider all of this while you contemplate your decision today. Kananyi represents how we respect the landscapes of Lutruwita, Tasmania. What we do when we walk amongst her dominant and incredibly natural beauty reflects how we as Tasmanians will be judged by the world. Your actions and decisions today will clearly showcase as you as a council, a decision-making authority, value the importance of our landscapes. You are the pathway to representing how Tasmanians understand the importance of those who have carried the responsibility of caring for our country before us, and how we value what has been left for us. How we choose to care for Kununurra will be reflected in your decisions. As a Palawa woman standing here today, I'm not privileged with being in the important position that you are. I urge you to consider how your actions will impact on our future, on the future of our children and our community, how your decision will impact on my country. When you started your meeting today, you stood and gave an acknowledgement. You acknowledged my people, both past and present. You acknowledged my elders, both past, present and emerging. Your decision today will show how much value and meaning you as a council put into that acknowledgement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. We've got about 3 minutes for questions, if someone would like to ask a question. Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you very much, and thank you for giving deputation coming before us. I guess in helping us undertake our role, we've obviously got before us a report from the council officers where they've gone through and provided us 21 reasons. I was just wondering, do you agree with how they've gone about their assessment? Do you think they've got that correct? Specifically in regards to how they've dealt with Aboriginal heritage?
No, I don't agree with how Aboriginal heritage has been dealt with. Quite frankly, to bring in a non-Aboriginal archaeological assessor whose background is in studying frontier wars is somewhat offensive to Aboriginal people, to believe that could lead to a report that would outline Aboriginal cultural values in relation to the importance of our cultural landscapes. In relation to the other 21 points that we've read through, whilst we support them, they lack, there's a lack of any real knowledge or understanding of the impact on Aboriginal cultural values.
I think that's probably Alderman Thomas, yes?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to know more about this whole aspect of the significance of Kununurra on the basis that, not so much in terms of much of what you said, and I most appreciate that, but we understand, am I correct in that it's not the significance of whether or not your predecessors have been living or visited or spent time or much time on Kununurra, but rather what Kununurra as an image, as a mountain, as an area has for your people, viewed from wherever it was, whether it be the small group that was living in this area, the Muanina people, or others who visited and travelled. So we understand whether or not there was visitation, much visitation on the mountain, is it not that, but rather the fact that it exists as a form, as a special privileged place?
It's all of what you've described. Kununurra is a dominant feature within a cultural landscape, and it holds incredible significance to Aboriginal people in regards to the stories that it holds within. However, it also shows us, you don't necessarily need a tangible object to show you a pathway, to be able to understand how to read country from an Aboriginal perspective. These geological features and these aspects of our cultural landscapes are important for that aspect. So therefore, whilst Aboriginal heritage sites and in the way that they are actually recorded by archaeologists in site types, physical objects, that is only one component of what's important about a cultural landscape to an Aboriginal person.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your deputation today. That brings to an end the time, and just like to thank you on behalf of the Council for attending and giving us your perspectives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, deputation number 14 is from Aboriginal Heritage Tasmania. So Ms. Rimmer, the Chair of the Aboriginal Heritage Tasmania, and Mr. Anders. Thank you, Ms Rimmer. Thank you for attending. And you have 5 minutes to address the council. I'll ring the bell at 30 seconds to go. And then if there's questions from the council, there'll be a few minutes after that as well. Thank you. You can start.
Thank you. Before we start, we'd like to acknowledge the Muwinina of Nipaluna, Hobart, and all of our islands, First Peoples, who've had as a focal point the beautiful, spiritual and sacred place we call Kunanyi. I'm Zoe Rimmer. I'm a Pakana community member and I'm currently the Deputy Chair of the Aboriginal Heritage Council, and I'm joined by fellow council member Rob Anders. The Aboriginal Heritage Council is made up of Tasmanian Aboriginal people from across the broad community. We've been appointed by the Governor according to our range of skills and knowledge within Aboriginal heritage management to provide advice to the Minister. We know that you've read our submission and that you're aware of our and the broader Aboriginal community's opposition to the development of the proposed cable car by the Mount Wellington Cableway Company. We want to utilise this time to highlight some of the issues that we raised in our submission and express our utter disappointment and dismay that Aboriginal heritage does not feature as one of the 21 reasons already recognised for why this development should be rejected. Kunanyi is not just a mountain. Kunanyi is the centre of connection, from the summit in the skies to the waterfalls that become creeks and rivulets that flow into the larger rivers that flow into the ocean, connecting land with waterways and with her people, and our deep connection. Kunanyi is visible from great distances and therefore it was an important landmark for our ancestors from the southeast, Derwent Valley, Midlands, all of whom had names, stories and songlines relating to navigation, creation and what the mountain represents, which we've just heard from Shani. Kunanyi is one of the very few cultural landscapes in this state today, officially acknowledged by dual naming. It is irrefutably an important and highly significant cultural landscape with associated sacred stories and sites. It is known and accepted that the physical evidence of use of a place by Aboriginal people is not always necessary to indicate its significance and its need for protection. The development of a cable car and the associated infrastructure will undeniably and irreversibly impact Aboriginal cultural heritage values, significance and importance. And the Aboriginal community have been 100% clear on this since day one. But we are let down by an inadequate Aboriginal Heritage Act that fails to protect our cultural values. The recent review of the Act, announced and supported by the Minister, acknowledges the limitations of this Act. With regards to the Aboriginal Heritage Assessment Report undertaken by Frontier Heritage Consulting and submitted as part of the development application, we note the complete disregard for our communities and our ancestors' connection to Kunanyi, and the oversimplification of the cultural values of the mountain landscape. The report by Frontier Heritage is unreliable. It is very limited in its scope, outdated research and survey methodology, its narrow focus on stone relics, lack of ethnographic research, failure to include all associated infrastructure and impact areas, and the ignorance shown towards the Aboriginal community's views today has resulted in a limited and amateur field survey. The assessment does not meet the standards and procedures clearly set out by Aboriginal Heritage Tasmania and does not comply with the Archaeology Association of Australia's Code of Ethics or the Australian Institution of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders Code of Ethics. These are really basic expectations that reputable archaeologists work within and that developers should respect. The assessment also fails to meet the expectations of the Wellington Park Management Plan. So let us be clear, the only reason that you could accept that Aboriginal heritage is not present, as claimed in the report, and therefore not grounds for rejecting the DA, is because the laws are weak and inadequate, and the Mount Wellington Cableway Company have sidestepped accepted standards in an effort to silence Aboriginal voices and disregard our heritage. The Wellington Park Management Plan and your own Aboriginal Commitment and Action Plan provides better acknowledgement of Aboriginal heritage values and management expectations, of which the development has not addressed. The management plan details that Aboriginal heritage is recognised as a fundamental value of the park. All Aboriginal heritage values are protected and conserved, and Aboriginal heritage management is undertaken cooperatively with the Aboriginal community. There has been no engagement with the Aboriginal community throughout this process. As the non-Aboriginal people making these important decisions about Konani and the irreparable impacts on our cultural heritage values, we urge you to consider the knowledge, connections and opinions of the Aboriginal community that have been ignored by the developer, understand the stress that such a disrespectful development process has caused, acknowledge the ongoing trauma for our community if Konani is further defaced by a cable car, and that you reject the permit for the development of the cable car and all associated infrastructure on this basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any elected members have questions? Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, through you. Just touch on something you said at the end. It's clear you're opposed to this particular application, but are you also implying that, or saying that you would be opposed to, and people you're making your deputation on behalf of are opposed to any application for a cable car on the mountain?
Well, Konani, as we've said, and also you've just heard from Shani, is a sacred place to the Aboriginal community. And so far throughout this process, the cultural heritage values of our community have not been appropriately assessed or taken into consideration. So I don't feel that we as a council would support such development that is going to cause such a scar on that mountain.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your deputation tonight. I wonder if you could describe any greater significance or significance about this proposal going over the face of the organ pipes?
One of the big problems with this project and the work that's been undertaken is that the tangible and the intangible cultural heritage values of the landscape, of the Aboriginal landscape, are not fully understood and have not been assessed in any shape or form. So, that.
Thank you. Alderman Sexton.
Yes, thank you. There has been some speculation about whether or not a more appropriate route would be from the Glenorchy side. Do you have any comment to make about what the Aboriginal community may feel about in terms of, approaching it from that perspective? Is the Aboriginal heritage as important 360 degrees around the mountain, or is it limited to certain connections, for example, between the mountain and the river, as an example?
It's a good question, but the mountain is part of a really significant cultural landscape, so we don't want to pick apart different elements of our heritage and carve it up in that sense. It is part of an important and sacred cultural landscape.
And as part of that, it's all interconnected, so you can't go in and sort of just cut out one part or in isolation to the whole area. And again, it comes back to that as a cultural landscape, it's not fully understood and it hasn't been assessed.
Alderman Briscoe.
Yes, thank you again, Zoe and Rob. Rob, declare an interest as a former student of mine. So are you aware, has there been any survey or detailed survey of artefacts of Aboriginal heritage on the mountain? Like caves or deposits or etc.?
So no, there's been no comprehensive assessment of Aboriginal cultural values of that landscape. What's happened is the developer have flown in an archaeologist from out of state to conduct, I think, a 2-day survey of a very narrow corridor. And they were specifically looking for stones and bones, which really relegates our people and our culture and our heritage to the past. And it's a very archaic way of looking at our heritage. So, no, to answer your question, there hasn't been a full assessment and there has been no engagement with the Aboriginal community, and that's the biggest failure of this process with this assessment. The archaeologist hasn't even undertaken the basic level of consultation, let alone any engagement.
Thank you. Just to clear, I wasn't grading the idea of the cultural landscape. Probably a subsequent question would be, obviously the Aboriginal communities over the years have had fire management practices on the mountain, and have you any indication of any studies on that?
None that I'm aware of.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That brings to a close our time. So thank you so much for coming in and providing your deputation to the council. That was really valuable, and we wish you good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to suggest that we just have a quick toilet break, just really 5-7 minutes at the most.
Time, Lord Mayor.
Oh, okay. Return.
7:45.
Return 7:45. Yes, please.
Just been warning Christine about this table. Sophia has
once
now pulled
everyone's
over onto her face.
settled,
for a long time, she's got a marble top. If you pull it over this way, it's really heavy. Bang. So, well,
call on the deputation from the applicant.
No.
Norway Company. Need it. So we have Mr. Oldfield coming, Mr. Bold, Ms. Franks, Ms. Duckett, and Mr. Lester, and they'll be coming here in just a moment, I think.
Yeah, you're going to make the motion, are you?
Hopefully.
I thought they do.
I think I should take it.
Oh,
Well,
yep.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oldfield. Welcome. If you'd like to come up to the microphone and make sure you're nice and close to speak.
Yep, sure.
So you have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to address the. Sorry, it's getting a little bit late. 10 minutes to address the council, and then there can be another 10 minutes for questions. So, and I'll give you a bell a minute before your 10 minutes is up.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I won't speak for the whole 10 minutes, so I've got some colleagues who will do some of that. But I'd like to thank you first of all again for the opportunity to address you tonight, but also to thank you for the way this has been conducted tonight. I think it's been respectful. Over the last 2 or 3 hours, we have heard many arguments for and against the proposed Mount Wellington Cableway. And in my view, it's a great thing that in a society such as ours, that we can hold opposing views freely and debate them sensibly. There is no doubt that both sides in this debate hold a passion, and as a proponent, we are clearly committed to developing a project that all Tasmanians can take pride in. An enormous amount of work has gone into this development application in good faith, and in this process, I believe, or through this process, we have maintained good and strong relationships with council officers. This is an extremely complex application that we always knew would result in many issues for discussion. The driving force behind our proposal is that we wanted to develop a business that at the same time will be built and operate to the highest possible standards. That's what we believe our proposal is. Together, tonight you'll have the opportunity to assess this project, and we ask that this assessment takes place on the facts before you. In a couple of minutes, I'll ask our planner, Irene Duckett, to cover some of the threshold issues. It is not our intention tonight, in the few minutes that we have available, to argue each of the individual points in this forum, except to say that it is important that the assessment of this project is made in accordance with the appropriate planning legislation. As an overarching comment before I hand over to Irene, it does appear that council planners chose not to expand their understanding on some of the issues that were raised by reaching out to us or reaching out to our company. And I think this would have been a reasonable expectation for us to hold. If this had have occurred, then I believe there could have been resolutions on many issues, or in fact perhaps conditions could have been put on some of the points of difference. And I draw your attention to a development application the council made at the Springs in, I think, 10 years ago, where in fact there were 41 conditions put on the operation of a council operation at the Springs. We believe that approach could have been applied here, and we might have had a slightly different outcome. But I'd like to now hand over to Irene David.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've been asked in my capacity as planner to review the 21 grounds of refusal. As you're aware, there are 3 different areas of provisions relating to this infrastructure, so many of the grounds are repeated for the benefit of each corresponding clause. For brevity, I've grouped them. Use. The management objectives of the Pinnacle specific area include provide for a range of day-use tourism and recreational opportunities based on sightseeing, scenic tourism and appreciation of the alpine environment. Develops visitor services and facilities in the area appropriate to the allowable level and type of use. Consolidate and contain existing visitor facilities by enhancing or removing them. In relation to Ground 1, the Wellington Management Plan makes specific provision for the use of a cable car. There are no specific use standards and therefore no basis to conclude that such a use is not consistent with the plan. Ground 2 relates to the provision of food services. There's little objective basis to the conclusion formed that the provision of the cable car infrastructure or food services to support 40% by consultants' calculations of the visitors using the infrastructure exceeds an acceptable scale. Noise. Ground 3 and 4 refer to unacceptable noise levels to residential zones. The nearest residential zone boundary is 25 metres from the proposed access road junction to McRobies Valley. Only one residential property is located within 50 metres of this road, and the dwelling on this property is located 56 metres from the road junction. Given that the traffic is required to travel at a slow speed approaching the roundabout, Council's own expert has surmised, and our expert has confirmed, that a condition requiring the 55 decibel level at the residential zone boundary can be met. Similarly, grounds 14 and 21 refer to the operational noise of the cableway. Our noise expert again advises that a condition enforcing the standard prescribed by the planning scheme of 50 decibels at 50 metres can be met. Stormwater. Ground 6 refers to an acceptable solution relating to stormwater at the Pinnacle, which must be met. In relation to this, the Council's consultant on page 5 of Appendix E states, Pitt and Sherry have undertaken its own assessment of the potential 5% AEP runoff for the proposed developments, assuming a fully impervious surface and allowance for climate change. To ensure that the 5% AEP flow remains unchanged from the current conditions, a detention storage of 5 kilolitres will be required. This is considered manageable and could be achieved by either installing a small dedicated tank within the building footprint or enlarging the proposed stormwater harvesting tanks from 75 kilolitres to 80 kilolitres. It's considered that the treatment of runoff from a predominantly roofed area should be relatively straightforward. That's Council's expert. Geotech. In relation to Ground 17, Council's expert has noted that he is satisfied that the lack of intrusive investigations undertaken to date do not compromise the recommendation, and it is appropriate to deal with more detailed investigations as the proposal progresses. This could be achieved by way of conditions. Biodiversity. Notwithstanding the grounds of refusal relating to biodiversity, the Council's consultant also provides 6 conditions of approval by which the application could be approved and can effectively be met. Visual impact. The remaining issue is therefore visual impact. We have a report by reputable consultants who have generated photo montages demonstrating that for most locations in Greater Hobart, the proposal will not be visible or be barely visible. From closer range, there will be locations where the infrastructure will become more apparent. But to this extent, it has been carefully designed to minimise this impact. It will never be invisible, but it has been minimised. And to reduce the impact of existing infrastructure by consolidating visitor facilities. Council's consultant did not agree with this conclusion. In my opinion, the proposal is able to meet the relevant standards of the Mount Wellington Management Plan and the City of Hobart Interim Planning Scheme. Thank you.
Thanks, Irene. Just before I hand over to Adrian Bold to address some of the issues raised tonight, just a couple more comments from me. Firstly, we've heard a couple of times tonight the issue of mass tourism and the accusation the cable car is going to lead to mass tourism. By the Council's own figures, within a few years there will be over 700,000 people visiting the mountain, whether there's a cable car or not, and that's a fact. and this is the solution to that growing problem. So the cable car is not going to create mass tourism. You are going to have larger numbers coming by council figures, and there has to be a solution. And the question I would pose tonight is, what if we are right? What if the best outcome for the mountain is in fact the solution we've proposed? What if the solution really does get vehicles off the road as we suggest it will? What if it does improve sanitation on the mountain, that we don't have toilets overflowing and very unsatisfactory circumstances there? What if we actually do reduce the carbon footprint from visitors? And what about if we in fact minimise the visual impact by removing some infrastructure that's there at the moment? And what if a cableway operated on renewable energy resulted in a higher level of protection for the mountain? Are those opposed to us so sure that they've got it right? Or in their hearts do they know there may be a solution? Decisions like this, either way, on either side, take courage. And we encourage you to be courageous in your solution deliberations.
Thank you all. I'm here tonight just to thank all of the people who have come forward and made a deputation. And I would like to address some of the comments that have been raised through deputations and questions from councillors and aldermen to those deputations. I'd also like to clarify something that has come up through the council's report by ERA, where there was a question over whether or not the capacity of the restaurant and the cafe combined was, I think the number or the percentage was given was a 40% of the use of the Pinnacle Centre would be for hospitality purposes. And it was unclear, I think, to ERA whether or not the cafe and the restaurant would be operating concurrently. I'm here to clarify that the cafe and the restaurant would not be operating concurrently. The cafe is to operate through the day hours, the daytime hours, and the restaurant only opens up after 5 to 6 o'clock in the evening, and the hours of the restaurant operation would be tied to the cableway. The reason for that is we believe that any dining after dusk on the mountain should be served by the cableway, not just with passengers but also freight, fresh produce, etc. And we've made it clear in the public realm that patrons to the restaurant after hours would require a booking. It was made clear in the ERA report that it was believed that the restaurant would infer increased traffic on the Pinnacle Road after dark. We don't believe that's the case, because every person who would like to dine at the restaurant after dark would require booking. There'll be no walk-ups. Every booking includes free passage on the cableway, up and down returns. So we believe the number of patrons using the Pinnacle Centre for hospitality purposes, for food and beverage, is not the combined figure of the cafe and the restaurant at any one time. I'd also like to reiterate what our planner, Irene, has just mentioned, that the stormwater, we believe the stormwater technicality can be resolved and is quite manageable. We're more than happy to accept a condition that is along the lines of the suggestions from Pitt and Sherry, the council's own engineering assessment. And lastly, now I can go into some of the issues raised by some of the deputations. I believe it was Mr Murray who made a comment about the daily capacity at the summit. We have seen through traffic road vehicle count numbers and our observation on head count per vehicle that there has been several times in the past decade where over 10,000, up to 12,000 people are on the mountain and at the summit at any one time in a day. As you can imagine, those are snow days during our slower tourism season when locals, families want to get up to the summit. We have designed, and part of the design brief, which aligns with the community input surveys that we ran at the start of this project, it was made very clear that family-friendly access to the summit was in high demand, and we designed the facilities, the capacity of the cableway system and the facilities at the summit to match that of the existing historic observations of visitor numbers to the summit on any one day. That flows right through to all the services such as sewage, fresh water, etc. I believe it was Ms Rollins who, from the Old Farm Road group, who talked about protecting the amenity of Old Farm Road. I can confirm that we met with all residents of Old Farm Road through our design phase, and the clear question or the clear request from the street meeting was that they would much prefer to see the road access to the base station not on Old Farm Road but on the other side of the ridge, out of sight, out of mind. That is exactly what we did. That is us responding to community input. We believe, and what is confirmed through the noise impact assessments, that the amenity on Old Farm Road is absolutely minimised. And going through to the other subjective matter which Irene raised on visual impact, and this is an important one. Here today you're assessing a development application that has just one tower near the summit of the mountain. That tower has been designed with extensive collaboration and involvement from the very best cableway engineers in the world in Switzerland. And I can confirm that any other alignment, even moving 5 metres away from the existing alignment we have, will require more than one tower above the organ pipes. Any alignment that avoids the organ pipes, such as the suggestions we've heard tonight, running off to the north towards Glenorchy, requires around 4 towers above the mountain. And those towers are on an alignment because the grade of the alignment would not be as steep. Those towers would be sticking above the skyline when looking at the proposal from the city. We believe our one tower solution minimises the visual impact while still achieving the transport corridor and resolving the access and amenity issues that the community have asked for.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bold, that's 15 minutes, so we just need to leave time also for questions. So if you could just, if you want to wrap up at all, but no, that's all right.
Once again, thank you for the opportunity. We're very keen to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure there'll be quite a few questions. So I think I've got, hands going up. I've got Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Brakis to start with.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much for your deputation. Really appreciate listening to your point of view. I just wanted to ask you just a couple of questions. And these first questions that I have actually stemmed from representations that we received and information provided within those representations. And so one of them referred to the NWCC originally engaging a reputable archaeology firm who worked in collaboration with the Aboriginal heritage consultants based in Tasmania. Is that correct?
We engaged a reputable archaeologist, yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
yes.
That's great, thank you. So then, when you did engage with this reputable archaeological firm who worked in collaboration with the Aboriginal heritage consultants based in Tasmania, as you've just confirmed, is it true that they withdrew from these assessments due to racist remarks made by the project owner?
I'm not aware of that. So the project owner, you mean the owner of Mount Wellington Cable Car? I'm not aware of that, no.
Great.
I know that I did try to engage personally with various Indigenous groups, and I've had some success with some, not with others. I don't want to go into details about that tonight, but there has been some engagement. Sadly, on some occasions, there hasn't been. And for example, in March last year, I was invited to attend a meeting of the Aboriginal Heritage Council, which I gratefully accepted, to find it had been withdrawn 2 days before we were due to appear, and we've never been given the opportunity again to appear. So when I heard tonight that we hadn't consulted, it wasn't through lack of effort. And it's the same, I've had some respectful conversations with the Tasmanian Aboriginal Centre, and they have been respectful, but they choose not to deal with us unless as a precondition we withdraw from the project. So we have tried to reach out on several occasions, and I said, certainly since I've been involved in my discussions with the TAC, they've been respectful, but we haven't been successful in engaging with those groups, though we have with some others.
Okay. And so what was the rationale behind actually having somebody out of the state do that, do the Aboriginal?
Well, Aboriginal Heritage Tasmania maintains a register of archaeologists, and we wrote to some of them, and this gentleman responded. As I said, I don't really want to get involved in debating these issues tonight, but again, we did reach out to local consultants first of all, and but we ended up getting somebody who was on AHT register, and he came out and did the work.
And then, so during some of the deputations, we were actually referring to a few numbers with regards to capacity, and you were just talking about that before, Irene. So, and then within the report, it said there was a maximum capacity for the food services area we're talking about for over 400 people in the cafe. Is that correct?
Thank you. As a maximum capacity of standing room, I believe that is correct. Yes.
Okay, great.
The seating number would be a lot lower, obviously.
Yeah.
I think the number of tables, indicative number of tables and chairs, are quite visible in the development application drawings.
Thank you. And the restaurant would be open until 10 p.m. Is that correct? With the same amount of capacity, maximum capacity?
I believe the restaurant capacity is around 200 when combined with the wine bar. And sorry, your question again.
The capacity within the restaurant itself, because you said before that there were two separate things that are going to be operating at separate times.
Correct. Yes. So the restaurant's been designed in quite a linear fashion, so that if you want to enjoy the view of the city, you can. You're not too far away from the glazing. And the seater capacity for round tables of 10, if it was used for a luncheon, then you would have a capacity of around 200 seated people.
Okay. And then you also talked about how access to the restaurant could be done by bookings, and you would access.
Councillor Sherlock, that'll have to be do this last one, but then we're just keeping an eye on the time. Yep.
I just wanted to, sorry, and then so in the report it said that it could actually be accessed through private vehicles. That's correct, right?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
The restaurant bookings, the restaurant patrons would require a booking, and all bookings include free passage on the cableway. We would very much believe that most people using the restaurant with a booking would use the cableway and park at the base station.
So the report said that customers may choose to travel via private vehicles.
I believe that's for the cafe.
So that's correct.
For the cafe, not the restaurant.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, the cafe is open for all mountain users, whether they walk up, they ride up, come up on a cable car or drive. Thank you.
Okay, I think it was Councillor Dutta next.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, it gives others the opportunity because I've asked a few questions. If they don't, then
Oh, it's all right. I think everyone's asked questions. If you want to.
Okay. Just a question. Thank you once again for your presentation. Greatly appreciated. I just have a question with regards to the economic impact assessment. This was done about 5 years ago, and a lot of the information on which the assumptions are based are redacted. Now, how am I to make the judgment if I don't have the information with regards to the economic benefits to the community?
I think that's a fair question. There's a fine line between what we can say publicly and what's commercial in confidence. And we've tried to, where we can, to default to making information available. But on some of the commercial aspects, yes, we have redacted that information. And I understand that creates some difficulty. But at the bottom line in this, I guess, is that the people who invest their money in this project, and at the moment it's predominantly Tasmanian families, will have to make a decision on whether they believe we're having a viable business operating there or not. And I think ultimately that'll be the greatest measure, because if we go ahead and build this project, and I sincerely hope we do, we have to do a substantial capital raising to pay for it, and part of that will be convincing investors that the business can make a fair return. Not a huge return, but a fair return. And given the risk involved, that will be a decision they'll have to make. And they'll make that decision if they believe the project is economically viable. But I do understand your question, and it would be great, I guess, if we could give you all the information, but there has to be some commerciality about this. The upside of that is that we are going to significantly, we believe, increase and improve amenity on the mountain without any public expenditure, that we're prepared to do that ourselves and carry the risk of doing that. So that's the upside, I think, in private investment in this regard. I hope that answers the question.
I think it was Councillor Harvey next.
Yeah, thank you for your deputation. My questions to you, Irene, with regard to your comment on refusal item number 17, and that could be dealt with through conditions. So this is about big effort on the mountain, removing rocks, whatever methodology it takes to remove all that rock, and the potential for geotechnical land instability. Could you explain to me how you condition something and then deal with it as it occurs through the process? I just don't understand. If you condition it and then something happens, what do you do then? Do you stop, or do you keep going and try and fix it if it's...
What do you mean by if something happens?
Well, you're suggesting that the geotechnical land instability associated with number 17, you're saying that could have been approved with conditions.
So
How?
what I read out was a quote from Bill Cromer's report.
Mm-hmm.
They were his words that said, this could be achieved by way of condition. That is Council's expert who said that.
But if something goes wrong, what do you do then? If, for example, you do create that instability, I'm looking at the precautionary side of that particular component of this development.
I'm not sure what you mean in terms of what could go wrong. It's normal practice that a geotechnical report will identify whether there's need for more invasive investigation, or whether they know enough about the geology and the conditions at each site of disturbance to make a fairly reasonable recommendation as to construction methodology and things like that.
Both
the conclusion of both the applicant's geotechnical expert and Council's geotechnical expert is that wasn't necessary, that the more intrusive investigations weren't necessary because enough information was available about the geology underlying each of the sites.
All right. And how do you make Tower 3 less visually intrusive? Is it possible to condition something along the same lines? We're going to make it invisible somehow.
Thanks for the question. So I mentioned before that this is only a single tower solution at the summit, and we could otherwise be here with 2 to 4 towers instead. On the exact same alignment, we could actually put 2 towers on the exact same alignment. They would be a little bit lower in height, but one would be hanging over the edge of the organ pipes and the other one would be right in front of the Pinnacle Centre. We believe this one tower that sits halfway between is the least visually intrusive. And as per the planning scheme, we're minimising the impact that you talk about. One thing that we have done and have already adopted, so we're putting our best foot forward here. What we discussed with our Swiss engineering team is that above the crossarm, where the cables run, there's usually about another 2 metres of steel infrastructure, which is used for installation and cable replacement every 10 years. We've worked with Doppelmayr Garaventa in Switzerland to be able to remove that top 2 metres of steel infrastructure after installation, and we can store that off-site. So that reduces the tower by 2 metres, and the visual impact images that you see are consistent with that methodology that we're keen to employ. So we believe that we have absolutely minimised.
You could have gone for more towers. Okay.
We could have gone for more towers. We've gone with one, and we've kept the one tower as low as possible. And as per the visual impact images that you can see, what was stressed to us by the community was to make the infrastructure as unseen as possible. We believe with treatment on the towers, we're not going to paint them bright yellow or bright red. We believe with treatment on the towers, they can blend quite well with the dolerite and alpine terrain up there. And again, reducing that height by taking away the temporary installation matter helps reduce and absolutely minimises the tower to the smallest it can be. Thank you.
Yeah, we're really running out of time.
Lord Mayor, I wonder if we could extend the time.
We've already extended it by 10 minutes, but we will extend it, yes. We're extending it. I'm just letting you know that we've
Yeah,
that if people could ask...
I think this is the only opportunity we've had to ask questions of
I understand.
the applicants. So
I understand.
I move that we extend it to 8:30.
So I was just going to let everybody ask their questions, but I'm just letting people know.
So you extended? Yeah.
Yes, I'm just
I don't
letting...
think we could, I think questions here are really important, get a clear understanding.
Yeah. We're just...
I'd like to talk, but I don't know.
So I've got, next, Councillor Harvey, you've finished your questions?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
So I've now got Alderman Barakas, followed by Councillor Ewan, Alderman Briscoe, Alderman Thomas and Deputy Lord Mayor. Okay.
A very quick question as
and
well.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and just to whoever's... I'm sure there's plenty of questions that can be asked, but just in the interest of time, I'll keep it to 2. You've partly answered this one, but there's been some commentary made by some of the deputations about the lack of consultation, including from the AHD and including some of the residents groups. Are those claims true? And if there has been consultation, what was the result?
Well, I've been involved with the project just over 2 years. Some of the earlier consultation was before my time, so I'll get Adrian to address that. The question is, could we consult more? Yeah, possibly. There's no doubt that consultation is a way to try and resolve these issues. When I first came in this position, I immediately had a meeting with the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Lord Mayor, if I remember correctly. And on many other occasions, I've made myself available to meet, but sadly, again, that hasn't always been met positively. We have met a wide range of people. Could we spoken to more? Quite possibly. But my understanding is, and again, I'll get Adrian to comment, that before I joined the company, I was living overseas, there was a public display at the waterfront here in Hobart that had some 40,000 people go through it, I think. And as a result of that public consultation, extensive consultation, the design was modified and finalised. But again, could we speak to more people? Yes, I guess we could. We've certainly tried with some groups who just refused to talk to us, and I think that's been a bit sad.
Second question. Oh.
All I can add to that is, from the outset, consultation was always going to be one of the most important aspects for me to take on this project. And that's why the project started with a very extensive survey called the Local Values and Opinions Survey. That gathered over 2,000 responses from around the community. I believe it was the largest survey ever done for the mountain. And that became the building blocks for not just our business plan, but the design brief. And I believe we published on our website at the time the results of that, but we've also been very consistent with, at each step of the way, how the building blocks of this proposal have remained the same. The ethos of the company has stayed the same. The outcome of what we're trying to achieve has stayed the same. And we've involved the community along the way as best as possible, from the initial survey to the beginning of our design phase, to the completion of our design phase, where we had the public display centre down at the waterfront, to your own statutory process, which, as you well know, we agreed to doubling the standard 14-day submission window period to 28 days. We believe we've been consulting all the way along, not just seeking input, but also seeking feedback. And that's why we're very confident that this proposal, this DA in front of you, is the most optimised, the most supported development application for a cableway and visitor centre at the summit that could ever possibly be achieved. Thank you.
Councillor Yu.
In terms of consultation with some groups who don't want to talk to us sometimes, we have been engaging with Reconciliation Tasmania about the chance of doing a reconciliation action plan. And we know that the people we've been dealing with there would prefer not to see a cableway. But their view is, whilst we don't want to see it, if you are going to build it, we want to make sure you do the best job possible. And to me, that's been a healthy engagement.
So, Alderman Barakas, have you got a second question?
I do, thank you, Lord Mayor. In the past, we've had applications that have come forward and there's been multiple items that council or the community is not comfortable with, as seems to be in this case. There's a few items that council isn't comfortable with. In the past, we've given applicants the opportunity to take it back and see if they can make amendments to address those concerns. And in many cases, I think the majority of times that we've done that, it's it's had favourable results. Would you be open to going back and considering and seeing if you can, not so much improve, but look at the application to see if you can bring it closer in line to what council would find appropriate?
It's a good question, and it's somewhat difficult to answer, but I'll try and do it. I think we would, but I think we'd have to put a couple of conditions on it, and that is that we deal with what we know at the moment, which are the 21 causes for rejection, that there weren't more added, because I don't think we could give an open-ended commitment. And also, I think we'd have to put some time restraint on that. And if that could take place in a week or so, then I think we're willing to do it. But we simply, we're spending other people's money here developing this project. We can't agree to something that's completely open-ended. But I think it's a worthwhile aspect to explore. And I think if there had have been that chance before, we might not be in this position now. So if we got that opportunity through a chance to engage again for a limited period of time on those aspects, yes, we would accept that.
Okay, Councillor Ewan.
Thank you. I've just got a question for you, Mr. Oldfield. As the applicant and the executive chair of the company,
Yes.
I'd like to know if you think it is appropriate for you to be direct messaging certain elected members during tonight's deliberations, because to my mind it is at best unprofessional and at worst it could be perceived by some in the community as coercive or corrupt.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's corrupt at all.
Okay. Alderman Briscoe.
Thank you.
Would you be
Mayor.
willing to tell me who
Thank you, Mr. Oldfield and Irene and Adrian. Appreciate your coming here, because I imagine you feel it may be a hostile audience, in particular after listening to
I think it's been a respectful audience, sir. So
2.5 hours of a lot of representations against, or deputations against. Look, there's heaps of questions I could ask, but a few come to mind. I've done a quick count of the number of reasons for refusal. It seems the main one is the cultural and visual intrusion, and you've talked about some aspects of the third tower, the tower close to the pinnacle. You've done some mitigation there. I don't think it's enough, but still. Just the first question is, was suggestion by one of the groups that had a deputation to us tonight that you could be changing the position of towers? Can you confirm or deny that would be?
Look, I'll get Adrian to answer on the engineering question, but I believe we don't need to change the towers or move them. Adrian, you want to? That's correct. Yeah.
So
we're confident that where we've placed the towers, that we can build them there, yes.
Right. Even if you did, when you did more extensive geotechnical survey, that you find it could cause instability to the organ pipes, or
well, the advice we have at the moment is that would not occur, and there, as Irene said, there's extensive geology been undertaken on the mountain already, so we're very confident about that.
Right. Okay, so as I said, there are plenty of questions covered, but the last one is, it seems to me that the biggest visual intrusion is not so much the cable car, cable tram, or cable whatever, and the base station. It is the visual intrusion of the Pinnacle Centre. And that was quite damning in our officers' reports, with the planners' reports and the visual assessment. Can you comment how you would mitigate that? In the light that the footprint's over 2,000 square metres and the actual thing is, what, 4 or 5 stories high?
Well, that's not quite right, but I'll get Adrian to comment on the details, because he's been involved in the design. What we would be doing, first of all, is removing the buildings there at the moment that's above the skyline that you can easily see from the city, and the building we propose will sit below the skyline. So our argument would be it'll actually be harder to see than the one there at the moment. But Adrian, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, that's correct. I'd reiterate that from the city and central suburbs that we're actually improving the visual impact of man-made infrastructure at the summit by removing the existing observation shelter and providing a replacement facility of similar size on the rooftop of the Pinnacle Centre. As you would well know, the Pinnacle Zone boundary was adjusted in 2015. That's an amendment to the planning scheme that was done specifically to provide for an opportunity where a visitor centre could be built below the skyline. And we believe that we have done that. From the city and central suburbs and from the postcodes of where the bulk of the community feedback and input has come from, that was their key concern. The visual intrusion of Tower 3 or the Pinnacle building from the south or the north, from the city of Glenorchy or Kingborough, was far less of a concern than residents of the city of Hobart, and that is why an alignment that utilises the steep drop of the organ pipes and runs up the front face with the shortest possible alignment and the steepest possible alignment allows for a Pinnacle Centre to be located in the most optimal location to keep the building below the skyline. You mentioned before that it's 5 stories higher. I think you're including a basement in that number.
Well, that's what the officers describe it as.
And my only comment on that is we have employed 2 local architectural firms and the design brief was to keep the building below the skyline as best as possible. I would be using their words to say that they designed the building from the outside in, that they used a view shed of the city, of the mountain from around the city, to find ways to fit the appropriate spatial requirement for catering for maximum visitation to the mountain that has occurred over the last decade in a safe, compliant way. And the design that you have in front of you is tiered in a way that from most angles the building only looks like it is 1 story high, and we're very happy with the outcome.
You need to keep if I could ask you to try and respond in the questions as briefly and succinctly as possible.
I've just got a couple up. You would be fully aware, though, when the Pinnacle Zone was created, that it was envisaging a 100 square metre building, not a 3,000 square floor area.
I believe you're referring to the acceptable solution, which
yes.
I believe is based on the size of the existing observation shelter as a precedent, which is around 100 square metres.
So you're aware of that, yes?
We are aware of that, but
good.
we believe we are complying with the performance criteria in the planning scheme.
Yeah, and a final question, Lord Mayor, if I'm allowed to. There's so many more questions, but your application contains very little, and rightly so probably. You are hiding things like safety plans, risk assessment of the operation, as some of the deputation said tonight, possibly ice and other things falling from your cable way, people who throw things over the side on your balcony, possibilities of spillage, of sewage, or waste. You'd think that as a landowner we would probably consider all those things and probably assess it as an unacceptable risk. But why didn't you mention that in your application?
Well, I'd like to ask you the question whether or not you're sitting here as landowner or planning authority, first of all.
I'm certainly, it's come up in the deputations tonight.
As landowner or planning authority?
Well, as a planning authority.
Right. You mentioned landowner, so I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, I said if
okay,
you were
could
coming...
we just have questions?
if I just clarify
debate.
what I said. Yep. I said if we were considering it as landowner, we're not considering it as landowner, we're considering it as the planning authority. And
well, my response to many of those items that you raised are, would be simply, are they part of the planning scheme that you are assessing the project against? Are they part of the requirements of the planning scheme?
Well, quite
and in regards
of the mountain,
in regards to spillage, as you mentioned, I believe that is part of the, or is a consideration for mitigating spillage.
Well, our plan has certainly indicated odour,
then the answer,
and danger, quite enjoyment of the mountain, which are planning considerations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Alderman Thomas.
Thank you very much. Look, but this count me maybe cynical, but we're about to go out for the evening in the mountains there and the lights are on. But I'm told by my partner I have to go to the base station and I have to wait in the crowd to get up to the top. You've indicated through Adrian that you're going to sell tickets or entry into the restaurant, bar, lounge at night based on a ticket on the cableway and that people would utilise that facility. Is it likely that the company as an applicant would be prepared to condition if there was a series of conditions being developed, condition that people could not access the restaurant at night from that 1937 Depression Road purely by car instead of using the cableway?
Well, my view is, and I think we need to have some more internal discussion, that anybody should be able to use that restaurant at night. If they want to drive up, they can, but I don't know why they'd want to. Because what we're trying to do is to minimise the impact on the mountain. We want to minimise roadkill. We want to minimise the danger of driving on that mountain road at night. But if people insisted on driving and not getting a free cable car ride, I don't really understand why that'd be the case. I don't think we would have a problem in accepting their reservation. They still have to book, but you book at every restaurant in Australia, so I don't think that's unusual. But we would be, by offering a free ticket, when you book, we think we're actively encouraging people to be off the road. It also means you can access the base station by public transport, by taxi, Uber, or hopefully electric buses in future, which again will make the dining experience, we would hope, more pleasant. Thank you for the question.
Is that your last question, Alderman Thomas?
Yes, thank you.
I next have Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And my question is to Ms. Duckett. Ms. Duckett, just can you clarify? Was the application an application for the restaurant being open during the day as well as the evening?
My understanding is that I don't think it may have been ambiguous in the application.
Sorry?
It may have been ambiguous in the application if there's questions about it, but it has been clarified now.
Okay, well, I'll ask the officers of their interpretation, because, I mean, that may kind of cloud decisions, I suppose, unfortunately, because it seems to be a dearth of information with some of the things that we have before us. But in the event that you had the restaurant open just in the evening and you had the cafe open during the day, why would you not reduce the footprint, and this might be to Mr Oldfield or Mr Bold, why would you not reduce the footprint in that very pristine alpine environment?
That's a good question. The way that the building is layered and tiered, we don't believe omitting one of the other would make a large difference to the on-ground footprint, which is around 1,900 squares. And we considered the kitchen and meal preparation facilities that would be required for one or the other. We would essentially have to make one or the other larger as far as, sorry. The cafe, for example, the food preparation is rather minimal. If we were to use the same facility for the restaurant at night, the cooking facility, for example, would have to be much larger and more extensive, and that alone, sorry, I'm just gathering my thoughts on that.
Okay, I think, has that been answered sufficiently?
Yes, yeah, that's been answered, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Did you have another question, Deputy Lord Mayor?
No, I think Zuko's.
Alderman Zuko?
Yes, Mr Oldfield, you mentioned the point that that had you been sort of either consulted prior to all the 21 conditions were put forward,
yes,
you could have overcome some of the concerns?
Correct, sir.
Is that correct? Is that
Yes,
what you
sir.
said?
That's correct.
So, Alderman Barakis asked you whether or not you'd probably consider deferring this so that you could probably overcome them. I'll just reiterate that it's been done before and with success, and I understand your point that you would like a time frame, and that's what normally happens.
Yeah, look, as I said, we'd have to put a couple of conditions about no extra refusal grounds. We can't make it open-ended, and we'd have to have some discussion on a timetable, but a week or two we could do that. And I think some of those things is the one that in particular is the wastewater. When we first read that, we even wondered if there'd been a typographical error, because the conclusion of the consultant was quite clear that that issue could be met, and yet it was rejected. So we think that could in fact be fixed very quickly, and there's some other ones like that that we think can be fixed by condition. So we think if we had the opportunity to discuss those further, we discussed a lot of matters during the RFI process, but it did surprise me that some of these ones were left untouched and that there were no conditions placed on some of these issues. As I said, for the council's own development this spring, there were 41 conditions, and yet on this application there's none, just refusal. So that did surprise us a little bit, but no, we'd be happy to consult further. Thank you.
Councillor
Just
Sherlock.
ask one more question.
One more question, I guess. I haven't been able to ask any
Sorry.
questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, just with regards to the earlier comment that Councillor Ewan had made. I'm sorry, have you been texting?
No, I haven't been asking anybody for deferrals.
Have you been texting any elected members?
I have been.
Tonight?
Yep.
About this application?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yes, all of them. Yes.
I know we haven't all had a chance to ask all the questions we'd like to, but I think probably in the interests of having a chance for the council to have a break and come back and discuss all of the things we've heard, I think it's probably best that we leave it there. So I'll set my questions aside as well, but just want to thank you for coming and giving us that extra time as well to go through the details and answer all those questions, and wish you good night. Thank you.
Thank you once again for the opportunity.
So, what I propose, if someone would like to move that we... Oh no, I think I can just adjourn the meeting, can't I?
Read the standing orders, Lord Mayor.
Well, I want a decision that, knowing that it's going to be...
Commit standing orders, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
We're going to have a
Carried
break
unanimously. And I'll just now move to adjourn the meeting until 9 p.m.
Oh my goodness.
Just before we start, just a couple of things I'd like to mention. We are now moving to consider the only item on the agenda tonight, and that means that we are acting as the planning authority. I'd just like to remind elected members that acting as the planning authority is pursuant to the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act 1993. Acting as a planning authority means elected members are bound by the law to make decisions that are in line with the planning scheme. I also remind Council that any planning authority decision contrary to the officer advice would need to be supported by reasons, and any reason would need to be based on the planning scheme. Now, I'm sure there's just in terms of meeting procedure, just to let everyone, remind everyone that under our meeting procedures, we are allowed to have 5 minutes, just once. We're only allowed to speak once on this matter for 5 minutes. However, under our procedures, we can extend for 3 minutes. So if you think you're likely to go over 5 minutes, which I'm sure many of you may do in speaking to a proposal, it might be better to ask for that at the beginning rather than sort of interrupting your 5 minutes and asking for an extension of time. So that's under our meeting procedure regulations that 3 minutes is up to 3 minutes is allowable. Just keep that in mind.
Lord Mayor, you might want to pull your mic a bit closer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One clarification there, Lord Mayor. What if you think you're going to make the 5 minutes? That's the whole thing. You know,
exactly. Sure.
That's what I'm intending to do. But if I don't, that's when I'll be asking for the extra. So.
Of course, yeah. If that's the normal approach, yeah. But I also think if you feel it's just better to.
If there are any amendments, Lord Mayor, obviously we can speak to the amendments.
Of course, yeah. So I think Deputy Lord Mayor was going to move the recommendation.
Yes, and I'll seek I'll seek the full 8 minutes.
And I'll second it, Lord Mayor, the recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, we've.
Move for the 8 minutes.
So move for an extension of time to Deputy Lord Mayor of 8 minutes. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Again say no. Carried unanimously. Okay, Deputy
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll introduce the item. It's the Cableway planning application. Finally, we are considering this at 100 Pinnacle Road, Mount Wellington, and 30 McRobies Road, South Hobart, and adjacent road reserve. This is for a cableway and associated facilities, infrastructure and works, and I move this for refusal based on 21 reasons. Essentially, Lord Mayor, this application has 5 components. Firstly, it's a cableway. It's a cableway spanning 2.4 kilometres from a base station in South Hobart to the pinnacle of Kananyi, Mount Wellington. 2 cable cars are proposed on the cableway, counterbalanced, and will cross midway along the cableway. Each car has a maximum standing capacity of 80 people, although we did hear that it's not likely to be used, and an area about the size of a bus, 6.9 metres by 3.9 metres wide, which is an area of 27 square metres. The cars will move above the tree line until the alpine area and will be easily distinguishable. Part 2 of this is a new access road from McRobies Road to the site of the base station. It connects McRobies Road, and we heard from some of the residents from there who were concerned, from the roundabout at the entry to the Hobart Waste Transfer Station, with a disturbance corridor of 5.67 hectares according to the RE Inc planners. And the base station site is located across the main fire trail just inside the Wellington Park boundary. The road is to be two-way, 2.3 kilometres long, 6 metres wide, plus shoulder verge and drainage, to be a sealed road, but it is not a public road. Part 3 is the base station, a new building located on the main fire trail alignment within Wellington Park. There are 3 levels to this, with a maximum height of 29 metres, with a total disturbance footprint, according to the applicant's report, equal to 0.9 hectares. The building accommodates associated cableway infrastructure, including machine room, plant equipment, staff facilities and public facilities, and outside it has parking for 52 cars, 6 minibuses, 3 bus coaches, 5 motorcycles, 10 bikes, and a drop-off and pick-up zone. It's connected to reticulated services. Part 4 is 3 towers. These are probably, in some ways, the most controversial of the application. 3 towers, each with 3 cables. The towers, with their very industrial design, are set against a natural setting, will have a very strong vertical delineation and will dominate. Tower 1 is located approximately 170 metres uphill at the base station and 45 metres or 10 metres above tree canopy. Tower 2 is 300 metres uphill from the base station at 45 metres high or 15 metres above the tree canopy, and Tower 3, as we heard tonight, is located it's sitting above the organ pipes of Kananyi, Mount Wellington, approximately 100 metres below the pinnacle centre. This will be over the escarpment of the organ pipes, and is what is described in the report of the visual expert as an unsettling angle, and is 36 metres high and very broad at the top. So this was seen to be a better visual response by the applicant than having 2 slightly smaller towers. Lastly, the Pinnacle Centre. It's a new building located in the Pinnacle area. Now, if you compare it to the 130 square metre existing observation shelter, which will be partly demolished, the glazing will be taken out, and the easternmost part of the roof removed to create an open shelter. So you'll need to go to the new centre if you're going up and you want any real shelter. But it's sitting, so the new Pinnacle building will be sitting just below the 1,244.5 metre contour, and for reference the summit is 1,271 metres. The 5-level building, and some we hear is going to be underground, will have a maximum height of 11.4 metres. A total floor area is 3,147 square metres at a footprint of 2,180.75 square metres. It has accommodates mixed uses, including infrastructure associated with the cableway, as well as a restaurant, bar, retail, cafe, function centre, interpretation toilets, and internal and external viewing centres. Now, the restaurant capacity has a maximum of 443 persons, according to the report, and the cafe has seating for up to 434 people, making a total, possibly, but that's in doubt now, according to the applicants in their deputation, of 877 persons potentially dining at one time at the Pinnacle. The building will be serviced by the cableway. So it's proposed that this is open from 8 to 10 p.m. 7 days a week and quieter during winter or shoulder months. There were a staggering 16,589 representations, with 72% opposed and 28.3%. This, like the cableway, kind of has split our community for many, many years, but I appreciate everybody who's put in a representation. They raised benefits, natural value habitat, visual impact, cultural values, recreational impacts, noise, geoheritage and so forth, and traffic. The application needs to be considered against the City of Hobart interim planning scheme, even though it goes and it sits within the Wellington Park, and therefore needs to be considered under the Wellington Park management plan, and the management plan prevails should there be inconsistencies between that and the scheme. Of the 10 titles, only a portion of the access road is outside Wellington Park, and the remainder of the proposal is all within the park. The proposal, and I thank the Illinois planning staff and Ms Riley and everybody who has been involved in this process, but the sub-consultants have addressed biodiversity, economics where they could, traffic, engineering, geotech and geoheritage, and noise and visual impact. So we've heard that we have limitations with the powers we have here tonight, and they're confined to how we consider things through the blunt, sometimes blunt instrument of the planning scheme and what the management plan says. But we do consider that, and it may be that some of those cultural values that Shani Reid and Zoe spoke about, Zoe Rimmer spoke about, could one day be part of the reasons for refusal. So I believe that there are really strong reasons for refusal, and there are 21 very solid grounds. And these can be divided to cover 5 areas, and I'm sure others will talk about them in greater detail, but essentially they look at safety, they address the unacceptable use, unacceptable impacts on residential amenity, deleterious environmental impacts, and there are many, and finally the unacceptable visual impact and the quiet enjoyment of Canarney Mount Wellington. This has been really difficult for officers and consultants to consider because there's been a dearth of information. Having said that, it's been really important to read those representations and to hear about the cultural importance of the mountain to Tasmanians, near and wide, to visitors and to the original inhabitants of the land. I've spent time over the last little while walking on the mountain, enjoying the tranquility, and then considering what would mean to be on the Lena Valley track and to have, or the Myrtle track, and to have the tranquility disrupted by overhead cables and cableway, and I'm not even a resident of South Hobart. I have visited those nearby residents who will be impacted directly, and I have considered what a cable car will do to the majestic organ pipes. The cable car will cut across the organ pipes just as it cuts across our community, a community divided by this application. Lord Mayor, I finished by reading from a representative, Chris, and he says, and I paraphrase, the thing is, the applicant does not focus on the community as a whole and has instead divided us. I feel that if this development were to go ahead, that within some short time the applicant will sell off the cable car and development to the highest bidder. Our mountain will most likely then be owned by overseas investors, and that would be the end of the mountain as we have always known it. The people of Tasmania would no longer be the custodians of Canarney Mount Wellington. We must never privatise our mountain, and this, I fear, is what is before us tonight. So, in short, Lord Mayor, this is an application which must be refused.
Alderman Briscoe.
Thank you for that very extensive outline and of the concerns. Can I suggest that I may go for 8 minutes? I hope not, but
We'll move it now. So moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Sherlock. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Thank you very
Against
much.
say no, carried unanimously.
Like many other people of Hobart, I've always accepted Mount Wellington as part of my life. The mountain has meaning for all Tasmanians, and particularly for those that live in its shadows. The mountain has never been a reference point, whether viewed from the distance or from its foothills, and is the landmark for Tasmania's capital city. I wrote these words when I was chairman of the Wellington Park Trust in 2004 as a foreword to the book that was published by the Hobart City Council and the Wellington Park Trust. As an introduction, that's partly. In the more recent words of our celebrated writer Heather Rose, the mountain has a long history of people feeling passionate about it. Ever since water catchment and the public use begin to collide, the mountains had people seeking to use for economic and emotional help. It has a history of human endeavour we can only glimpse through before the arrival of settlers, as we've heard tonight. The mountain has many voices over the years who have reflected for us in words, paint, sculpture and pictures. It's a rare manner. Over the last few weeks, we've heard from 16,500 people who made written representations and 15 group deputations tonight. The passionate voice is through all those representations. There are also sober voices, and there are also rational reasoning. Tonight we have to do rational reasoning for our decision. And as was indicated, the written submissions were 72% against the cable car for a variety of reasons. However, independent planning and other technical experts have given the elected members their qualified opinions, leading to an overall conclusion that the proposal should be refused on 21 planning grounds. And I think Emma and her team will probably get on a plane when they can and have a good 6 or 7 weeks holiday. I imagine it's been dominating their life for 6 or 7 months, and our planning officers. However, the independent assessment has cost the council in the order of $200,000. The final figure will be available in the next few weeks, with only $24,000 paid by the applicant. So the community will have paid a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for this assessment. My general personal approach to everyday matters of normal planning decisions to do with building extensions, etc., that come before us, that applications should be approved unless there is a serious and or compelling ground of refusal. And a common reason for refusal is the effect on the amenity of the neighbours. But here we are all neighbours of the mountain. Nevertheless to say, elected members always have the right, in assessing the discretionary parts of the planning scheme, to exercise their independent judgment in the interests of the community, and often have a sometimes counter view to the recommendations of planning staff, and I certainly have a number of times, even fairly recently. But in any significant planning application, I believe the final test, in this application in particular, the final test as an elected member, has the cable car proposal had a fair hearing? Because from what I've just said and what we've heard tonight, I believe the cable car company has. Just one aspect of the proposal I'd like to make a few comments, and that is the building proposed for the Pinnacle zone. Now, I think that's the worst part of the proposal. The cable cars could always be taken down, removed, but we're left with a five-level building with a height of 11.4 metres, with a total floor area of a bit over 3,000 square metres, with a footprint of a bit over 2,000 square metres. And with our officers' recommendation and their own assessment, that a lot more will be disturbed, a lot more of that alpine garden will be disturbed, and the rock formations. If anyone's been to Japan, I know someone lived there for a considerable amount of time, but I know Alderman Harvey and Alderman Secretary, a few of us, Alderman Zuko, have been to Japan, and we have gone to artificially created alpine gardens, and you see how the Japanese protect their alpine areas. Mount Fuji hasn't got a cable car going up it, and you would think, beside the biggest city in the world, a cable car up Mount Fuji would be reasonable, but they respect the mountain as a sacred place, as I do. I would say destroying that alpine garden that has been created over centuries, if not thousands of years, is the biggest danger to our mountain. However, that is not a planning consideration. And whilst they say, oh yes, we can rehabilitate, we can put a bit on the roof, but we've heard tonight, evidence tonight, that it takes years for that alpine vegetation to regrow and recover. In the eyes of our experts, which is the rational part of what we've got to consider tonight, in the eyes of the experts and the representations, there's an unacceptable visual input, there's an unacceptable impact on the quiet enjoyment, and there's an unacceptable impact on the geo-heritage values, which are not consistent with the values of the park. And they diminish the park's tourism, recreation, cultural and heritage values. I did a little assessment of the 21 reasons, and generally 7 or 8 of them refer to the cultural visual intrusion. The next one is biodiversity, about 3, geotechnical, about 3, noise, about 4, and safety, 1. I won't go through, we all have read the report. But the ethical decision we have tonight, because it is an ethical decision, If we make a bad decision and approve it, even with conditions, bad decisions lead to unintended consequences. And as one deputation in very good terms has said, it would lead to environmental disaster and a permanent negative effect on our heritage. So in conclusion, the ducks are not lining up for this project, to put it crudely. Either the cable car proposal is part of the mountain or it's not. Our independent planners indicate it's clearly not. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, just for a moment, we're asking each individual person for extra 3 minutes, and someone else might do it. May I just move that each and every alderman get an extra 3 minutes if they need to do so. That way they don't have to keep on voting every time. So I'd like to move that, Lord Mayor.
Okay, seconded by Alderman Brackus. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. So we'll give you a warning at 7 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
How long did I go?
We're nearly spot on.
Thank you.
5 minutes. Mathematics teacher.
Over 5.
Lord Mayor, tonight we decide on... We ready? Okay, thank you. Lord Mayor, tonight we decide on the biggest issue that's come before Council, at least in my time. We've heard from both sides in the deputations, 11 in opposition, 3 in favour and 1 neutral, which I suggest could also be the longest and most detailed deputation session we've ever had at Council here, at least in my time it is. Amongst the deputations, we heard expert and detailed reasons across numerous important matters that will influence our decision tonight. We also have a well-written and thorough independent consultants report recommending refusal. It would seem to me to be disingenuous to challenge the quality, transparency, integrity and validity of the independent consultants report. It's also difficult to challenge the commitment and depth of understanding, knowledge and detail coming from the community in their spirited defence of Kunyani. Many of the representations have been thoroughly researched, erudite and compelling, as evidenced in both the representations and the strength of deputations. Having read the Council report, the submissions for and against, and having listened to the many compelling deputations, what is clear to me is that the proposal has not demonstrated that Council should change the recommendation tonight in its favour. For me, the proponents have not demonstrated it should be approved via performance criteria or through conditioning. It is not satisfied and is far from meeting the requirements of the planning scheme and the Mount Wellington Management Plan, and as well as community expectations, nor has it established social licence and should therefore be rejected outright. Subsequently, what I urge tonight is a unanimous decision that acknowledges the veracity of the independent consultant reports and the recommendation for refusal on 21 grounds. Apart from these 21 grounds for refusal, there are other valid reasons we've heard about through the compelling deputations, but we're limited in our determination to the Hobart Interim Planning Scheme and the Wellington Park Management Plan. However, it's absolutely essential to acknowledge the representations of the Tasmanian Aboriginal community, who have emphatically said no to the exploitation of Kunyani. The mountain is indeed sacred to their continuing culture and holds a deep spiritual connection that has existed for over 40,000 years plus. Does that not count for something? Many Hobartians, indeed generations, have a deep sense of connection and commitment to the mountain. Some might argue that the Mount Wellington Cableway are driven by economic return and don't share or respect or comprehend the connection people have to the mountain. These different values have resulted in a clear lack of social licence. 71.7% of 16,589 representations, or 11,894, argued in favour of protecting the mountain and upholding the planning scheme and the park management plan. Many deputations tonight have articulated a deep connection and a strong commitment to preserving the environmental, biodiversity and cultural values of the mountain. This is also supported by the 21 reasons for refusal, which include unacceptable impacts to recreational, cultural and landscape values, tourism, residential amenity, quiet enjoyment of the mountain because of noise, safe movement of vehicles, biodiversity and critical habitat, geoheritage values, visual values and impacts on visual character and visual intrusion. The special circumstances test also failed. Page 59 says, based on the evidence provided, it has not been demonstrated that the cable car project will result in significant long-term social or economic community benefits. The recommendation followed that the proposal works in a high priority biodiversity values area have not been demonstrated to meet the special circumstances test. The unacceptable and irreversible impacts of this proposal have been validated by the 21 reasons for refusal. As I said, there are other reasons, but they're not recognised as planning or management plan considerations, but in a profound sense are just as valid. This proposal has been assessed against the Wellington Park Management Plan and the planning scheme by professional independent consultants and has been rejected on 21 grounds. To me, Lord Mayor, nothing less than a unanimous vote to support the recommendations seems fitting.
Alderman Sexton.
Yes, I won't need 8 minutes. As we know, we've been given 21 reasons for refusal. Some of those reasons, even our planners said, could possibly be conditioned, but because there were 21 reasons and not 4 or 5 or 6 or 10, the planners felt that it was not necessary or even appropriate to go back to the proponents to get them to expend additional time, effort and work when the ultimate recommendation was almost certainly going to be refusal for 15 reasons, or whatever the number would be. So even if they were able to condition a number, or even most of the 21 reasons, what the proponents agreed, in my opinion tonight, was that they have already expended their absolute best efforts to reduce the impact of, I think it was pylon 3, on the mountain, that they are unable, through any condition that we could possibly apply, to reduce the visual impact. We only need one reason, and that's it. So I will be supporting the recommendation.
Councillor Sherlock.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to thank our officers, our council officers, and also the external consultants who put this recommendation together. And I would also like to thank the applicant for doing their best in putting forward this DA. I am rather shocked and surprised that when we had the deputation, Mr. Oldfield actually confirmed that he has been talking and texting an elected member tonight. I find that an egregious breach of process. I find it absolutely shocking that that has occurred, and if a deferral of sorts is put forward, for that particular reason I will not be supporting any particular deferral, and for the reasons that Alderman Sexton has just pointed out. This is a democracy. We live in a democracy. We are here at this continuum at the moment, in the process wheel, so to speak. We are here in the continuum. Whatever happens tonight, it will go wherever it will go. And that is part of the democratic process. There are 12 of us here tonight, and each of us come from various different backgrounds, and each of us represent various different pockets in our communities. So whatever we vote on tonight, I think it will be reflective of the majority of us who reflect the society, the communities that we are in. I want to actually go through a few things that I think that the applicant did well, and some of the things that don't actually apply to them. So for this planning assessment process, the requirement to provide a detailed business and financial plan, it was not required. Why? Because it is part of another process. It is not part of Council's role as planning authority, it is part of the Parks activity assessment process, and therefore we didn't need to consider it. And as I mentioned in another deputation that we had tonight, the bushfire management is not required of us as planning authority either, and we do not have to assess that at this particular stage. Safety issues associated with the cableway, including potential risks from falling icicles or items, are also outside of the scope of the planning assessment. Talking about performance of the cableway in high winds, another issue for which there are no standards, which require wind assessment by us as a planning authority. I also think it's completely irrelevant to compare applications, which was also done tonight. It is not only absurd, it's inequitable. Why is it inequitable? Because every single development application should be assessed on its merits. People know from the way that I vote, I'm pro-appropriate development. I said in my council campaign that I was for the concept of the cable car. An article came out in the Mercury that said I would support the cable car, but on this particular application I had to assess it on its merits, which I have chosen to do so and not compare it to anything else. So when individuals talk about, oh, what about the previous proposals for the Springs or Rosny Hill, which involved different planning scheme provisions, approvals associated with the McRobies Valley Waste Management Certificate Centre, that was assessed on a level 2 pathway. This is a completely different development application. It's like comparing apples and almonds. It's completely different. This DA has a higher complexity across multiple provisions due to its linear nature occurring across multiple statutory instruments, zones and specific areas. And so now I would like to go into why I will actually be supporting our staff today, and I will also be voting for refusal. There are 3 main reasons for me. Number 1 is the food services that was actually talked about. And I think one of the deputations actually raised that the 400 maximum capacity. But as was already confirmed by the applicants, that is the accurate amount, the accurate number. The facts are that the dining in a more formal setting is a large scale, has bar functions. The food services use is not a tourism or recreational use. It will also be available for private bookings and access to the restaurant is not restricted to access via the cableway, but customers may choose to travel via private vehicle. The combined scale of the cafe and restaurant has a maximum capacity of over 800 people, as the report has pointed out. While we may be able to condition some things as the proposal stands right now, on the facts, the combined effect of the proposed food services is not consistent with the park's values, and the restaurant itself is likely to become a destination in its own right, rather than supporting tourism and recreational opportunities, and is therefore inconsistent with the objectives of the land use under the management plan. One of the other reasons why I will be refusing it is because of the information that we received from our Aboriginal community, and I would just like to point out a few things, Lord Mayor, under the management plan, which is at page 3, it talks about the park and Wellington Park in particular and the significance for Aboriginal community. The protected aspects on page 13, the 40,000 years of Aboriginal occupation at page 22. There are various different pages within the management plan that actually go through the significance of the mountain for our Aboriginal community. At page 76, the desired outcome, page 157, page 168, page 172, it's just there. And it tells us quite categorically that it is against the management plan. And to say otherwise is really just being dishonest. The other reason why I'm saying no to this is from what we actually received, which I talked about at the deputation, and I asked Mr. Oldfield about that, the Aboriginal Heritage Council letter that we received in the representations. And let me read it to you. We acknowledge that the MWCC originally engaged a reputable archaeology firm who work in collaboration with Aboriginal heritage consultants based in Tasmania, but are aware that racist remarks made by the project owner caused that company to walk away from the assessment. It is of no surprise to the Aboriginal Heritage Council that the MWCC would therefore struggle to get another Aboriginal consultant on board. Knowing this background, resulting in their engagement of a fly-in, fly-out consultant. And there's one final reason why, for me, I will be voting for the recommendation, and that is the key problem appears to be the organ pipes. A significant cultural landscape of the park, which includes geoheritage values and is recognised in a scientific database, and is crucially of spiritual importance to the Tasmanian community. The report goes through how it will bisect walking, biking tracks, direct physical impacts, light and noise emissions, nighttime impacts of a permanent, not there was an event held on the mountain or there was some other occasion held on the mountain, but a permanent structure that will constantly interrupt the immediate darkness and quietness, terrestrial experiences of stargazing, aurora australis, and the fundamental alteration of sightseeing experiences. So while...
Time, Councillor Schiller.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well said.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will not be able to replicate that presentation, but I want to first of all begin by making some observations. I came to this country the first time 40 years ago, and my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law took me up to Mount Wellington, Kunyani. It was an amazing experience for me, and I have travelled quite extensively to many countries, but this was an awesome experience 40 years ago. For the last 35 years, I've heard this being in the pipeline, because some time back my very close colleague spoke quite strongly against this. For me, this is a historic moment tonight. It is historic because there are two of us who are sitting here making this very fundamental, very crucial, very vital decision. And we are the 12, including the two, father and daughter, as it were. When we first stood for election, the newspaper very clearly said, Dutta goes for cable car and the daughter is against it.
Other way around.
I'm sorry. I was against it and she was for. What I want to clarify here is this, that when I made that statement, I did that as a candidate. But tonight I'm wearing the hats of a planning authority. I have many times in my life worn different hats. Sometimes I speak to my daughter as a father. Tonight, I can't do that because it's in a different context. So as a planning authority, I'm making this decision based on what I have read, and this is the decision I will abide by. This is a very complex matter. It is a very complex issue. And I would also want to endorse the points made by a number of councillors for the work the staff have done and the advice, and I think they have done a splendid job. I have 3 points. Point number 1 is the development application. And for me, the development application has 3 components. Component 1 has the cable car. And the cable car, with its scale, its mechanism, its emissions, its visual impact, does not in any way support this application. The second component of this development application is the commercial center. And the commercial center at the pinnacle, talks about that huge building that they're going to erect. At present, it's 1 story. is going to be 5 stories. And that is of some concern to many of us. And the third component of this development application is the clearing, creating the access road. Now, the applicant is, as it were, in his right to do that. There is a provision whereby they can clear this very high priority vegetation. But in order to do that, there is a provision that it must result in the social and economic benefits of the society. And that really is something we have also talked about. The second point for me is the diminishing Mount Wellington Park values. Now, the diminishing values here, we all know, are, as far as tourism is concerned, the recreational, the landscape values, and the most significant one for me is the cultural diminishing of the values. Now, when I extend this and give it a global definition, that this really is where we talk about the Aboriginal heritage. Mount Wellington, Kunyani, is sacred for them. It is, if I can draw a parallel, like Mount Sinai is to the Jews, Mount Arafat as to the Muslims, Mount Kailash as to the Hindus, Mount Fuji was mentioned as for the Japanese, and even Uluru in Western Australia is a sacred place. If you think of this sacredness, from there we have heard from our Aboriginal brothers and sisters that there is that element of connection and spirituality. Now there is a difference for me here. Somehow or the other, the Western concept, the Western mind, thinks of relics, of bones and physical objects. But the Aboriginal perspective is quite different. It is not the physical bones and the physical object, but the metaphysical. There are some of us who believe in God. We can't prove it because it's metaphysical. And for me, that spirituality is a very important aspect of the Aboriginal people that we must respect. It was mentioned that some 200 years ago, the argument of terra nullius was used because there was no one here and therefore they took over. Tonight we have heard the argument used of the physical objects. If they are not there, then it doesn't matter. Let us build it. There is a difference between spirituality and religiosity. For the Aboriginal people, our brothers and sisters, it's the connection to the spirit world and spirituality. To the Western mind, it's the church, it's the object, it's the rituals, and there's a great difference. When I go back to Fiji, as soon as I see the land, the country, I feel connected, and I understand totally what it means. I don't feel the same here, even though in my mind I'm connected. But there is a difference, and I relate to that quite truly. And my third point is this, my decision. My decision is not based on popularity. This is not a popularity context. My decision is not based on the fact that 11,000 plus people said no. For me, that is not a criteria or a criterion. It is not based on what the minister said yesterday, that people be good for people to go up there and have a cup of coffee. Government Minister Michael Ferguson said. For me, the reasons are these, that it is, in fact, does not satisfy the provisions of the interim planning scheme. It doesn't in any way meet the Wellington Park interim planning plan, and the expert report, the submissions and the deputations we have had, and for those reasons, I will definitely not support the cable car, but go along with what the recommendations have been made by the staff. Thank you.
Here.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, I have questions, Lord Mayor, through you to Mr. Noy, if I may. Yes. Mr. Noy, over time has the Council Staff Planning Department put forward recommendations to the Planning Department for refusal, and the planning officers and or council have sought a change of recommendations through the Planning Department. Secondary question, has the Planning Department of the Hobart City Council put forward recommendations for approval, and the Planning Department was asked then to put in recommendations for refusal, and the council officers had to draft those up?
Mr. Noel, would you like to answer that question?
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor. I think I understand the question, and I think the answer in both of those questions is yes.
Right. So we've clarified that no matter what sometimes the Council Planning Department puts forward to the Council, whether it's been approval, whether it's been for refusal, the Council officers have been asked to provide us with alternative reasons for either approval or refusal. Think about it. What really concerns me is today's article in the newspaper. And it says, it's very difficult to see how a credible councillor could find a reason to vote for the project. That is actually an attack on each and every elected member, because on one side of the coin, sometimes we vote against a council recommendation and we seek an alternative, and vice versa. We are all credible elected members, each and every one of us in this chamber. And I find it absolutely horrifying that anyone would make that comment. I actually have done my work, I've done my homework, and I've always done my homework. I'm known as a pro-development elected member. I am pro-development because I look at things in a positive light at all times. I look at every application on a positive. Whether it's a garage, and I remember there was a garage in West Hobart that I annoyed Mr. Noy quite a number of times. Whether it's a parking deck in South Hobart, which came back a number of times, and I actually moved for deferral in this chamber, but it came back eventually and got approved. Whether it's a development where the moving pick is, where the old Westpac branch is, which we deferred here, we were just about to refuse it, but it came back and we approved it. The hospital was another one that we deferred in this chamber. We were about to refuse it, we deferred it, come back, and then we approved it. I know when something is a really bad development. Most recently there was a development in Sandy Bay which I call the worst development I've ever seen in my 30-year history. So I know when I've got to look at things as a planning authority, as I do. I've done my homework on this. I was on the mountain with Mr. Noy the other day. I think I asked him probably about 1,000 questions while we were up and down. And we drove around. I also got a number of phone calls from people asking me about the position. All night I have been getting text messages and emails, and someone didn't like the question I asked one of the representors, and I got hammered by that particular person. So whether it was the developer, not developer, or not, I have had positive and negatives all night. And then there's one person writing that, look at Alderman Zuko's on the phone. All I'm doing is responding to these people that are either having a go at me or praising me. So I've been continually doing my work. What I find here is what's amazing. We constantly get the 21 reasons for refusal. Well, let's look at refusal number 14. The proposal does not meet the acceptable solutions or performance criteria in section 8.57 and issue 6P 6.1, but go to 21, then it goes to section ST6, issue 11, P111. So they're two sections, but the same reason, the quiet enjoyment of the natural and cultural heritage. That could have been put into one condition with all those components in it.
One reason.
One reason. So we knock off one, so we're down to 20. I can keep on going in this whole 21 here. Which brings me, so I've been doing my homework, I've read this report, my eyes are very sore, there's a number of elected members know I've got bad eyes, and this was mentioned tonight. I know this is from a different planning era, a different planning scheme.
What's that?
But this is the Springs development. This is a development that this council wanted to do. What is amazing, it's not about whether it's a different planning scheme. What is amazing to me is that there are 41 conditions of approval and 17 reasons of advice. So when I read part 2, that prior to issuing a building permit, it must be amended. It's got to be revised and must be amended to include the following: to the satisfaction of the Director of Development and Environmental Services. And it goes on through just about every one of those 41 conditions of approval that prior to a building permit, they must meet all these environmental aspects, the times, and actually I'll go into the times. The times for this development here, they want to go from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. some nights and vice versa. The Springs, we were happy as a council to approve 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's an hour's difference. So I have been doing my homework and I have been doing my work, and I just find it that out of these 21 conditions here, I've actually put in conditions in about 80% of them. The others, I believe, could have been potentially, I'm not saying, they could have been potentially resolved with discussion with the proponents, because 99% of the time in this council, in this chamber, we have discussed it with the proponents. And I go back to when we had the Economic Development Division of this council, and this is where Mr. Short got his job from. We actually had a team working with all developments to assist in that development going forward. So my pro stance on development is not about a pro stance on development, it's about the positive way we can achieve an outcome. Which brings me to my last point, Lord Mayor, this is my last point. We all have received a lot of correspondence. I got to a point where I felt, look, I'm not going to respond to all this, because at the end of the day, I'm reading what they want me to read, and I'm reading it, and I could have sat there for days responding to them. And that's both sides of the coin. I didn't respond. Tonight I have been, because I'm really annoyed with some of the messages I've got tonight. But this one here actually touched me, and this is why I asked the question earlier tonight. This is a gentleman who lives in Dunedin. And I totally agree with my colleague. This is democracy, and this is about us having that democratic vote. And it says here, also democracy is well served if there is a Tasmanian vote on the proposal that is based on the belief that the Mount belongs to Tasmania, not southern Tasmania and not Hobart. And I fully believe that we should have a Tasmanian vote on this, so this 72% of X, Y is not just a small group of people, it's a mountain that belongs to Tasmania, not a small group of people. So I support a Tasmanian vote. I'm not going to move a deferral.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
All right. Thanks, Lord Mayor. Tonight, as the community's representatives, we face a challenge of a magnitude which, from my understanding, this council has not in living memory encountered. The cable car is a transportation option only, and its destination, the pinnacle of historic Kunyani, is the destination and the ultimate attraction. It represents a significant additional tourism component to the range of activities for locals and visitors alike to recreate. The community is divided, as clearly so are too the conclusions of the expert evaluators of the merit or otherwise of this proposal. It flicked ahead. I've got plenty of time. Proponent and the plan. Gagging. The proponent and the planning authority have engaged consultants, each experts in their own right, to research and opine on the merits of the proposal. Accessible now through largely inexpensive to maintain Depression-era roadway, the community has for some years received the strong message that the Pinnacle Road as a transportation mode is in need of constant upgrades, made even more pressing by the increase in size and quantity of tourism buses on the mountainside. Prior to the global pandemic, Kunyani, as with other tourism attractions in Tasmania, was inundated with increased tourism activity. In turn, the council became increasingly concerned at the lack of short-term parking options, both at the Pinnacle and at the Spring Centre. As a result, it considers and continues to consider an area of land at Hall's Saddle for the purpose of its park and ride service to facilitate what is expected to be a return to pre-COVID demand. The cable car proponent has expended considerable funds and time developing its proposal. It faces considerable community disquiet, and that disquiet has translated into many thousands of objections to the development application. A much smaller number of parties has registered support for the proposal, and as a proportion of the total population of Greater Hobart, which might be considered to be impacted by the proposal, I would claim that the number of representations overall is certainly significant, but is not overwhelming. This would suggest to my mind, at least, that the greater proportion of this population is either tired of the yes or no argument, or is disengaged to the point of not investing the time in the necessary detail, consideration of necessary detail of the proposal to determine whether they support it or not. Those who vocally support the cable car have, it could be said, failed to gather, I believe, what is anecdotally spoken about, the oft-quoted comment that the majority of the Greater Hobart community wants the cable car to loudly voice their support. I'm aware that there are people who, whilst wholeheartedly supporting the concept of a cable car, are not in favour of its trajectory over the organ pipes, a geological feature which for many epitomises exactly what Kunyani represents to the people. Amendments in 2015 brought the Pinnacle area into the recreation zone, for which automatically 100 square metres is allowable. The current proposal is for in excess of 3,000 square metres of activity, and that scale is clearly a discretionary activity for the purposes of our evaluation. I don't personally see this debate tonight as a debate about whether to have a cable car or not to have a cable car as a transportation option to this mountain and its attractions, because of elements of the proposal, whether a scale or potential impact, and the areas over which it will have impact, this, for me at least, is rather a debate about whether this proposal for a cable car is satisfactory, given the requirements of the Wellington Park Management Plan and our own interim planning instrument of 2015, where those instruments apply respectively. We must, as individual elected officials, try to dispel, as might one ask of a jury man or woman, our own personal views and opinion, and try as we might to place ourselves in the body of the expert opinion reviewers. These people, selected either by the proponent or by council as the planning authority, to independently adjudge the project's merits, are experts in their field. They face the same facts. the same laws and prescriptions, but their interpretation on this occasion has differed considerably. Ours is the hapless task of considering where our council should land in its determined assessment. Whether we agree or not, the planning regime has determined that activities in the area set for development has prescriptions of a planning nature that are there specifically to manage the community's expectation and balance the natural environment with the reality of civilisation and of progress, meaning that some activities are seen as being so valuable to human enjoyment that where a discretion to allow development of a particular scale exists, that discretion should be exercised. I have been fortunate to hold significant roles in the public and private arena in Tasmania. These have included as the Chief Executive of the Tasmanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which, as might be expected, champions industry, commerce and development throughout Tasmania. The view of a proportion of the development community support the view that if someone wants to spend their money on a commercial development of any scale in any location, they should be allowed to. Conversely, the most ardent conservationists oppose development believe that any development which will have a consequence of a negative impact on the fixed environment should only be allowed with stringent conditions, if at all. In many cases, councillors are elected by the people to be the ultimate arbiters of the balanced view. That is why I imagine in some cases recommendations of the expert planners are ignored on balance for considerations personally important to individual councillors as representing what they see as the overriding interest of the community. At that end of that treatise there, you wouldn't know where I stand, but I'm neither for or opposed to a cable car on Kunyani. If pushed personally, I'm more for a cable car as an adjunct to better tourism or transportation options than against, particularly when I see and experience the challenging nature and the state of the alternative access to the pinnacle, the 1937 Ogilvie Road. So in my case, I have to judge this application tonight on its merits in terms of the prevailing prescriptive planning framework. I am impressed by the detailed environmental work that has been done by the proponent. It is disappointing that the economic argument supporting the development application has been redacted in part and is not itself prepared on the basis of what we are told are university accepted practices of project assessment. The economic analysis makes forecasts, but based upon the black swan event, as the global pandemic has been described, the impact of COVID-19 and its longer-term impact has not been, for me, appropriately dealt with in this part of the report in assessing the persuasive impact of social and economic benefit generally, and in particular to override the negative impact of this project on biodiversity impact. Much has happened in 5 years, which would, in my view, have warranted a totally fresh report. I have, in balancing the benefits and detriments of this application, found the magnitude and scale of the Pinnacle Centre, its location and its expanse, and its impact on thousands of other recreational uses of the Pinnacle Zone relevant to my decision making. To propose a facility which through the restaurant, wine bar and cafe might cater for 800, and we would have gone on to say, as one who attempts to apply a dose of realism, I'm just borrowing from Alderman Sexton 1 minute, as one who attempts to apply a dose of realism, I suspect that this application will end up in a tribunal. It may well be that the proponent will consider suggestions to make real and material changes to its proposal, particularly if they're listening tonight, which might in many ways mitigate what I think is the too large, too much in your eye about this proposal. I personally hope this is the case because I don't want to see a cable car proposal as an additional and valuable transportation mode lost because of what I see as the inappropriateness of the scale of what is being proposed here tonight, being for me, based on evidence and the reports, is overall adversely detrimental to the environment and community expectation on a number of bases. Thank you.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
I kept this hanging for a long time there. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Alderman Brackus.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, this is a application with. I'll stand there so I can read it a bit better. This is an application with a lot of firsts. It's the item that I think's got the most viewers for a council meeting in its history. It's definitely the item with the most deputations. It's the item with the most representations, the most positive representations, and I might be wrong, but I think it's the first or second highest percentage of positive representations as well. That's probably one to have a There's been much said about this application. There's been the repeated line that we should not ever privatise our mountain. Even though the mountain that's supposedly undeveloped, I think was a comment that was made at the beginning of deputations. Even though there is a large concrete commercial TV tower that's taller than Big Ben that sits atop that same mountain in the same area. There's talks of enjoyment for those that walk, bike, ride or climb up and around the mountain. But there was also not a lot said for those that can't enjoy the mountain in that way due to varying levels of ability that would gain a level of access they never would have dreamt possible under what's being proposed. Whoop. There was also obviously the talk of deferral amid the talk of text messages which Alderman Zerko raised, and I obviously use my phone during meetings, as do I think I've seen every elected member on their phone at some point during the meeting, and I receive in other meetings I've received messages from people against applications. I've received messages from applicants. In this particular situation, one of the messages that I received from, as was being referenced, was in regards to comments that were heard from a previous deputation that was frustratingly pointed out that might not have been completely true, which is why I asked a question about it. But I think, when we talk about, and as Alderman Zerko raised earlier, the attitude that this council has taken, and sometimes has been with frustration by some elected members, has always been we have an application that has a number of reasons for refusal. In fairness, I think it's the most reasons for refusal I've probably seen in my short time on council. But such as the hospital, many of the concerns that have been raised tonight are very similar concerns to that were raised in regards to the hospital when it initially came. It's too big, the impact on amenity will be too large, the impact on traffic will be too large, the noise, the light, and the general bulk of the facility. Similar words that we've heard tonight. Same goes for what we heard months ago when that application came. Similar for the Sandy Bay application by Fragrance that is replacing the Conservatorium of Music. We've had many applications where that have come before the council, and the majority of council have indicated they're not comfortable with the configuration or the application, and it wouldn't get approved by the council. In those circumstances, we offered those applicants an opportunity to not so much go back to the drawing board, but to take some time, go back, see if they can address some of those concerns, and see if they can come back and put forward something.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Alderman Bracks, but I kind of just find that really misleading to say that it is similar to other applications. Reason being, we didn't have to deal with the native vegetation, the threatened species, Aboriginal. It's just
It's not a point of order.
not misleading.
It's not a point of order.
Misleading. You're right, though.
It is misleading. It's not.
It's about the attitude of council, not about particular.
I've made a ruling as
It's
a
not a
chair.
point of order. Get on to your debate.
I'm comparing the council's attitude towards different developments. Sure, there's.
I've made a ruling. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. What I'm saying is there's a number of items that the council is clearly uncomfortable with this application. Why would we not afford them the same opportunity that we've offered others? It could very well be that if we give them a fortnight or we give them a number of weeks to come back and attempt to address the concerns that we've raised, they might not be able to do so, in which case we make an assessment based on the application that we have in front of us. But in the majority of cases where we have had issues that the council is concerned with, what's come back in an amended form, the council has inevitably voted for. That is a suggestion that this looking for a solution to what's wrong with the development rather than looking for opportunities to reject it is one that's worked for us in the past. Whilst this application is one that, as has been said, has had a large number of representations than any before, it's got the highest level of public interest than ever before, it should still be treated like any other planning application. So look, at the end of my remarks, I would attempt a deferral motion, although I think I can see which way it's going to go. There's a large number of reasons for refusal, as has been said. Many of them are technical ones, and many of them are technical ones which I think, as has been raised by elected members, as has been raised by the applicant and some of the deputations, could be addressed either through conditions or through amendments. I think the stormwater is one of them. There are other technical aspects or technical reasons for refusal that aren't insurmountable. I don't see any of the applications that we have, any of the reasons for refusal that we have in front of us that are insurmountable. There's ones about, you know, the operating hours of the venue up top. We've had applications that have come before us where the operating hours have been the issue, and rather than saying no, the application is rejected outright, the advice has been these are the hours that can be approved. We have reasons for refusal that are less technical in nature, more about do we think that the Pinnacle Centre, or do we think that the cable car itself will detract from the enjoyment of the mountain? These are aspects that, whilst we obviously take on the advice of our officers, our consultants, and those that are providing us with expert advice, are on us to make our individual discretion. And as Councillor Sherlock said, and as Alderman Zuko reflected on, this is the nature of our democratic position on this council. But there's many that, you know, one person in this room might see this as a severe detraction from the enjoyment of the mountain. I would see this as giving greater access to and allowing people to better enjoy the mountain. I, like many others, have taken people from overseas or interstate that have come to visit up the mountain, and they're immediately amazed that we can have such an amazing, iconic, as I think's been used before, excuse me, location, and such a picturesque and such an iconic location so close to our city. And I think generally, at least half of the time I take people up the mountain, the remark is, I think I need to move here. That doesn't mean that the mountain itself should remain untouched forever. It doesn't mean that we can't improve our ability to enjoy it and improve our facilities for those who want to enjoy that mountain. I think and something such as what's being proposed can give greater access and greater enjoyment, or greater ability for enjoyment than what we currently have. So look, I'll just make the point before I attempt my deferral motion. It is always interesting, and it is a remark that comes from either myself or from other elected members, depending on what the recommendations by officers are. But it is always interesting how, for some elected members, the officer's recommendations are gospel when it's convenient, and malleable in other circumstances when it's also convenient. But Lord Mayor, I'll leave it there. I'll move for a deferral for, I would say, what would be an appropriate amount to be able to talk to.
3 days before it has to be decided.
Well, I imagine if the applicant has indicated that he'd be happy to embark on such a process.
I haven't received a text from him, so...
Oh, well, he did answer the question in committee.
Sorry, what's the point of
this? Is cross-discussion.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Thank you.
Also, a question for the director before I do attempt to move that. What would be a appropriate timeframe if the council was to seek a deferral?
2 years.
Lord Mayor, firstly we'd need to seek an extension of time. The application expires this Thursday. And it's a question of the applicant's willingness to agree to that extension of time. How much time we would need? Well, we would always ask for the maximum time that we could gain, given the nature and the complexity of this application and the issues that have been raised. So I would ask for the maximum time possible.
Just noting that the applicant was asked the question in...
Alderman Barakis, you've run out of time. If you'd like to move your...
I can ask a question outside of that time. Does that also... Is that answered partly by the applicant responding that he would be happy to...
So we'll let that happen.
No.
We can accept that. We'd need to just put the motion. We can't speak on behalf of the applicant when they're not here. That's something we need to take offline.
Okay. All right. Look, I'll I'll move that then. I understand I'm not aiming to quench debate, but I'll move that defer motion and test the floor, Lord Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Coates. Okay, all those in favour of deferring the discussion for another day, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates,
Deferral.
and Alderman Baracus.
You're not for deferral.
Yeah,
I know. He's getting ready.
All those against?
He's preloaded.
We hand up early if you
Sexton, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Ewan, Alderman Thomas, Alderman Briscoe, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor. That's lost Lord Mayor, 9 votes to 3.
Okay, further discussion. Any further discussion? Councillor Coates?
Thank you. Look, I just want to make a few remarks. I think everyone in Hobart's had the opportunity now to read the officer's recommendations that are in front of us. I came into this meeting tonight very much looking forward to hearing from, obviously, the representations we had, and I think critically from the proponent. I think what is very clear in everything is that this proposal that's before us is one that has been many years in the making. We're put in some ways, an unenviable position of picking between two experts as to who's right. It is very obvious upon reading through the application and reading through our officer's assessment of it as to the lengths to which this proposal has gone to comply. And I think I sort of start at that point. It is very clear that the Hobart Interim Planning Scheme, the Mount Wellington planning scheme, if I can use that terminology, does not disallow a cableway or cable car. In fact, it is an allowable thing. And the question, the challenge, if you like, for the proponent in this instance was to design it in such a way that it complies with all the requirements that are put upon it. And those requirements are many. We've had discussion tonight. But I think when we look at what they've actually proposed and put forward in the assessment of it, when I'm sitting there trying to pick between two experts, it's clear that on all these avenues, they've actually done the work. I hear people's fear, and I've heard it in the community, about the organ pipes. And you think, why would they do that? Why would they? That's such an iconic feature of the mountain. For so many people, it is important. I mean, tonight we heard two groups who, their activity is climbing over them. It's so special to them. It's a recreational use. And yet, but the proponent was very clear. They said, well, no, that wasn't sort of arbitrary and deliberate. That wasn't just a haphazard pick. They've actually done it in such a way as to mitigate the visual impact. They're able to get one tower, they're able to get it below the skyline. They're able to remove what is existing. You look up, everyone says, oh, what's that box sitting on top? You've got a little hat on top of the mountain. I think that the applicant in this case actually has done the due diligence, done the work and designed it in such a way that, ultimately it does marry up the valid concerns that people have, but also the benefits that will accrue from this. And I think it was interesting in listening to the deputations we had tonight. We had the people that use it as a rock climbing facility, and they said, look, this is booming. People are going up there more than ever. We had people using mountain bikes on the mountain. They said it's booming. Everyone's going up more than ever. We heard from so many groups about how ultimately the recreational use, the amenity of the mountain is just increasing. Tasmanians, and reflecting, I think, upon the huge number of submissions we receive. But ultimately, I think we need to assess this, and we do have to keep in mind all the benefits that accrue. I mean, frankly, the road was built in the 1930s. I shudder to think if we get to the 2030s, and that's the only way we rely on getting. I think there is amenity benefit to what's being proposed. I think the proponent tonight, in their responding, they didn't come in and say, "Oh no, we haven't ticked the boxes." They seem to think that there are ways around this, and there are ways to get this done. And look, I'm very disappointed that deferral motion wasn't accepted because, I have no doubt we'll probably have to defend all 21 now instances. Maybe there would have been one or two, but were the most grey area. But I actually think that when we listened to the evidence tonight, we had all these groups coming in and telling us about how useful the mountain is, how they want to use it in the amenity. And I actually think the proponent gave a very, very strong case as to the lengths in which they've gone, the experts they've employed, to make sure that ultimately the development application they've put forward does comply and does go through the stuff that's required of it. And look, the 21 reasons that have been raised, some of which I think are very grey area in nature, and one or two others which I genuinely think there are solutions to be found. And look, it puts me in the unenviable position of picking between the experts, if you like. And look, my general feedback is I'm amazed as to the extent to which these proponents have actually managed to design their project to actually fit and comply. And I think they genuinely will provide a benefit to our city, not just now, but into the future. And look, I was sitting and listening to those people saying, look, we're a mountain bike club. People love going up in the mountain and using the trails. And then we had another group coming forward and say, we're rock climbers. We love going up the mountain and using it. It's part of our backyard, if you like. We are a unique city. There's not many around the world where in our backyard we have a park, a mountain such as that. And I genuinely think that the amenity for the community and the amenity for visitors and for tourists and for us and our children will genuinely be increased by having a capable way to get people up there. And so look, as I said, I'm in an enviable position now. You've got to pick between the experts. But I'm very disappointed that the deferral motion was knocked back because I do think there is a lot of good and a lot of benefit in this proposal. And look, who knows, maybe we'll be arguing in 100 years as to whether we can have a cableway up Mount Wellington. But I think what we have before us tonight, the applicant has clearly done the work and done the homework in terms of making sure that it fits within the planning scheme. Thanks.
Councillor Ewan, did you want to speak?
Yeah, thanks. I'm really glad that there are 21 legitimate reasons for us to reject this proposal tonight. But for me, it's not a planning matter, but always was and always will be, and that's enough for me. Thank you.
You need the 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll say a few words as well before I ask Deputy Lord Mayor to sum up. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. It has been a historic debate tonight, and in particular to the 16,500 submission writers, many of whom put in a great deal of research and very thoughtful work. Some of the people that came and spoke to me about their submissions were amazing in terms of their knowledge, the depth of their knowledge and care and research, often through professional association with the mountain. And after so many years of speculation and debate, there has been debate over family dinners and public meetings, letters to the editor. We do now have to make a decision. And it's important to acknowledge that not every element of this project is going to be discussed, is going to be part of our decision tonight. I would like to acknowledge the professional work of the planning panel and the staff, but I'd also like to note that the planning laws central to the recommendation for refusal do not comprehensively capture all the concerns or aspirations. And that was very clear from the deputations tonight as well. In particular, the Tasmanian Aboriginal people recognise Kunyanyi as a place of cultural and spiritual importance, and that is why it was one of the first places in the state to receive dual naming. And I could really feel for their deep disappointment that the planning laws do not better recognise that importance for them. Hobart residents are especially passionate about and connected to the mountain that defines their home. And there's no need to run away from that because Hobartians live in the shadow, in the view of the mountain. They see it every day, and they are also the most regular users of the mountain. Now, that doesn't mean broader Tasmanians can't have an opinion, but we heard from many of those people tonight. They run, they walk, they cycle, they rock climb every week. They know the mountain very intimately. Many Hobartians visit regularly to relax and experience the diverse natural place it is. They meet their friends there, they get married there, they scatter the ashes of their friends there. Many Hobartians deeply value the mountain as it is, and they expect a very high standard of development if there's going to be development. And of course, I think many people, many recreational users would like to see some improved facilities. So while the proponent says they have consulted, I'm afraid to say they haven't listened. Because if they had listened, deeply listened, they would have designed a proposal that was more sensitive and less intrusive. The choices they made early on would have recognised that the route they've chosen, the size of the building where they want to place their pinnacle centre, is just so fundamentally in conflict with many people's vision for the mountain, but also the planning laws. And the planning laws have been in place all of the time that this proponent has been putting together their application, and they could see the key fundamental design flaws. The recommendation for refusal from the planners is linked to this lack of sensitivity. It doesn't meet several planning laws because it hasn't been designed to be, well, it has been designed, it seems to be intrusive, and not enough care has been taken with the most loved feature of the mountain, which is the organ pipes. The independent panel of planners haven't just chosen 21 because that's an interesting number, that's a catchy number. They've chosen 21 through a very careful scrutiny of where this proposal falls down. And they've chosen 21, and sometimes there are ones that might sound similar, but they are slightly different because they are basing these recommendations on what the structure of our planning scheme, the structure of the Wellington Park Management Plan. So for me, the standout concerns are, as most of us have identified, it is the unacceptable visual impacts created by a 3,000 square metre pinnacle centre that's just over the top. It's just really unnecessary to go that big. We often hear about all sorts of other cable car proposals, the Table Cape, for example. This kind of scale of building is just not comparable. The impact of the three large towers, with Tower 3 in particular at 36 metres, equivalent to an 8 to 9 storey building, will have a dominant impact, negative impact on the visual scenic value of the organ pipes. Now, even though the proponent says it won't and they tried to design it, it will. And you know, the visual impact assessment that's been done by the proponent has been deeply and quite comprehensively rebutted by the planning assessment that our staff have sourced. And you know, I hear what you say about the battle of different experts, but some of the reports that have been produced by the cable car company have some very, very deep flaws. I'd like to just focus on one in particular, which is the Geoheritage report. You know, this is one of the most significant things that can't be conditioned out. The impact on the geoheritage, on the organ pipes, but also on the beautiful alpine gardens, not so much the vegetation, but the rocks, and that's known as the Wellington Range periglacial terrain. It is a state significant geoheritage area, and the report that assessed the company's geoheritage evaluation was quite scathing. It said that the proponent's assessments have some very significant flaws, that the rockfall hazard area is understated, that the definitions used by the proponent's consultant are not currently internationally accepted definitions, that the report has omitted reference to the management plan's objectives of geoheritage conservation in the Wellington Park Plan, and that the risk assessment and ranking that was done by the company's consultant was based on arbitrary values that do not follow a recognised methodology. Like, that is just, you know, that is a real alarm bell for me, that some of the quality of the reports that have been secured by the company are not up to standard. And, you know, many of the folks that came in and spoke to us picked up those picked up those flaws and raised them in their representations. I mean, I met more geologists recently and read more geologists' papers than I have ever before in my life. But look, I think the other really important thing for me is the clearing of the 1.6 hectares of threatened eucalyptus community for a private access road and the loss of habitat for the base station. And under the law, the only basis that we can approve this is through special economic circumstances, and what we were given was a substandard report, highly redacted. I mean, it just does not stack up for us as decision makers to approve on that basis. Running out of time. So look, unfortunately the company has had a lot of time to modify this proposal. The design has been discussed and debated and speculated on for many, many years, but they have shown no signs of being willing to modify this proposal and make it more sensitive. Community debate, obviously, about this project has become deeply divisive, and that's never a good foundation on which to build a project on public land that is so central to the city's identity. And, you know, this is public land. This is not the same as negotiating with a developer about their own private land, which is the case of the hospital and others. This is public land. We are the custodians, the caretakers of that land, and we have to ensure that the future developments that will go onto the mountain in terms of infrastructure, public interest infrastructure, is at the highest quality, and this proposal does not meet that. Thank you. Deputy Lord Mayor, would you like to sum up?
Just very, very briefly, because I think there has been so much said, but like us tonight, I think our community is tired of this discussion, tired of always having the cable company beat their door to put up this proposal. We've talked a lot about the value, the economic value of the proposal, but what of the value of the mountain? You know, the cultural value has been discussed at length tonight, and we forget those companies that have various applications of businesses on the mountain, and which are running as smoothly as possible as they can. Tonight we make a choice, and we haven't got a foreshadowed motion for approval, and I think it's obvious why, because we want to be on the right side of history tonight, and we all have a choice. We can, as Councillor Harvey has suggested, make this a unanimous decision. Perhaps that would really draw the line under this, but we probably won't get that tonight. But we know that the cuts, if the cable car were to go ahead, the cuts to the mountain would be very deep across the face of the mountain and the organ pipes. And we know that this is not what our community deserve, to continue to be battled and divided like the mountain would be.
Okay, so there's nothing else to do except to put the motion. All those in favour of the motion for refusal say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Sexton, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Sherlock, Councillor Ewan, Alderman Thomas, Alderman Briscoe, the Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor.
Against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Councillor Barakis. It's carried, Lord Mayor, 9 votes to 3.
Thank you everyone for attending, and thanks for everyone watching at home.